Oh, yes, good morning.
Good morning.
To everyone that's listening on the World Wide Web, we're going to be, or if you're on some kind of social media, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo, thank you very much for listening in this morning. This is going to be a overview of Resolution CMY-44-20, which was passed by Council and acted by the President of the Navajo Nation. And also, legislation was specifically requested to have a work session in that legislation on 0116-20. That legislation is currently at Naabik'iyati committee, and looking forward to have a good discussion this morning regarding our leadership here. Hopefully we can have all three branch chiefs, including the Vice President, all my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Madam Chief Justice. I thank you for everyone for moving their schedule around. I know my colleagues of the 24th Council requested to see if we could have a work session as soon as possible. So again, thank you to all the staff. Thank you to Department of Justice, Ms. Barbara, moving everyone's schedule around so that we can go ahead and have a further in-depth conversation on how to move forward in making sure that there's a possibility of different scenarios that we can go ahead and make sure that this legislation and resolutions that have already been acted on that can really go ahead and speak the truth. And at the end of the day, the goal is to make sure that we can leadership to work together to really get something completed so that we can go ahead and help all our people across the Navajo Nation. So again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for calling in. I know that we will continue here shortly. Do we have anybody now? Again, is Madam Chief Justice on the line? No, not yet. Is anybody on the line from the Office of the President or Vice President?
Speaker.
Yes.
Hey, good morning, sir. This is Edmund Yazzie.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, to all my colleagues. I did notify them, okay? So I know you guys probably did too as well, just to let you know, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, the President was texting me. He said he was going to be on this morning.
Okay. All right, sir.
Okay. Is Tom, Mr. Terry, do we have Alyssa around?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. So. How are you?
Oh, it's better than yesterday, Speaker.
That's great. That's great.
Hi, Speaker. You have Karen Doki on the line that can help with roll call.
Okay, great. Let's give it a couple more minutes to get, again, make sure the branch chiefs are on the line, staff. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you for calling in. This is a Naabik'iyati committee work session this morning. We'll be discussing legislation 0116-20 and resolution CMY-44-20. Again, thank you for everyone for moving your schedules around to have this work session today. On behalf of the request from the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'iyati Committee, as the chairman of the Naabik'iyati Committee, we'll go ahead and start this discussion as soon as we get, I know that we have some representation from the judicial branch. Is Madam Chief Justice on the line yet? None. Anybody calling in from the Office of the President and Vice President?
Speaker.
Yes.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Brigade. I'm calling in.
Good morning. Okay. Thank you. We're just waiting right now. I know that we have a couple of individuals on the line. Honorable Brigade and to the rest of my colleagues. I'm just waiting for a representation, I guess, or if Madam Chief Justice is going to join us, or I don't have anybody yet. Maybe we do now from the Office of the President and Vice President. Not yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting. We're having a chapter meeting at 2:30, so I'll be in and out. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Anybody on the line?
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Otto. So.
Oh, okay. I thought it was people still trying to call in.
Yeah, we're waiting right now. I have Department of Justice. I have Navajo Nation Chief Legislative Council, Ms. Barbara on the line. We have staff from Judicial Branch. We're just waiting for Madam Chief Justice and individuals from Office of the President and Vice President to call in.
Ah, awesome. Well, good morning, everyone. Who's ever on the line? Department of Justice, across the street, Judicial Branch, Executive Branch. Good morning. I'm going to go on mute.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon. This is Delegate Nez, just to let you know I'm on the line. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, they've been
Good morning, everyone. Again, this is Speaker Seth Amon. I just want to say thank you to everyone again for calling in. This is a Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. We'll be discussing legislation 0116-20 and resolution CMY-44-20. We're just waiting for representation, again, from the Office of the President. I know that we have staff online from the judicial branch, so thank you very much for calling in. And moving forward in that direction, I know we do have staff, Ms. Shannon Warner representing the Navajo Nation Attorney General's office and Ms. Dana Barbara representing the Ledge Council office. So thank you very much for being online. I know I have numerous members of my colleagues from the 24th Navajo Nation Council on the line too as well. Good morning, everyone. Wherever you're at across the whole great Navajo Nation, or if you're listening in on the World Wide Web, good morning, everyone. Yate Bena. Thank you for listening in this morning. I think this is going to be one of the most wonderful and desirable discussions that we're going to have amongst all the three branch chiefs today. So, again, thank you very much for calling in, everyone. Look forward to today. Well, let's go ahead and continue on this morning. I just got a text message from the President's office stating they're going to be calling in a little later. So,
Speaker, if you can hear me, I'm on call.
Oh, there you are, Mr. President. Good morning. That day. With that, let's go ahead and continue. Then I'll go ahead and call a meeting to order. Ms. Nakai, Ms. Doki, I don't know if we're recording, but maybe emo and IT service to make sure everybody's up and running. But this is a Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, a work session via telecommunications. Wherever you're calling in from across the Navajo Nation, good morning, everyone. Yate. Today's date is Monday, June 15th, 2020. The time now is 10:17 a.m. We have a proposed agenda before us. I know that we're going to call the meeting to order here. Going on down, maybe we could get an invocation. Chairman Nez, do you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Sure. I'll go ahead and let us bow our heads and pray. Let us pray. God. Aganaho ara hunlo na honetsen. Olado yont eren nehdigen leni. Ekehe agisen chaga hot inna. Nehihin yola hunzaten hios kasenla. Quichin Hans Sagoshin in a bed and the eating. And that it's an ahina, a hoson, Oligay, Ahunitsen, Nikahusen. I don't that you need era. Nahara has here. Hajo bag on it. The Anshi, and the ideal chances at and the Zika. Ashhorn bahit and lean in his arja hundle. And that he con hit Hamashin in Lenigi. Beyond a horo. Nature. That is no Hunzaga. Bensley and Lado Lake. A shehe hot in a ben hickets slaggy. Nadigan Laney. All the yont era. De Calco. Yarash we go to days in John go Cosendalto. He another has hit on hand that she's on the year. And that end hatle to John go shut the Nas Nelo and Lado Cleona Endeta nalt losen leni at achatan la rot siri dan jono da hat khasha. Font kelbens en zato shos adat achatan la. Til khajon dan jono da halchen. Tira sona hatan la. Zeltan jono godana a. Nihero bini kasa hota ilne ko dennet ei ha. Enta nihidigen leni. Nika an lgera shoda hotza ben hissin. Nachen John C. Case on Hit Arajo Enit Eronitsen and the Tayat Ehon Harchen Banas Il Ingo Sachin not Ani that our left our Koro Nihedanayat Eho Chanatan Lingo Nasta Heja and Lindo Les. A share arts one ben Hikachit Legi a creature. Don Hatat Keko Ho Nihan Staholo Yat Eho. Nihichinya Nihiganda Nihera Destu Tashkako. A share hot aben hikachit legi and the Dashato hot out. Bain and dest in later between the Nash Horan Habajin Padon Haba Ahanson, but Honzaro Yat Eho Dahinado Les Aro Con Nit Hansin Lengi Kodo. Nehedene Nahabajin pa Sabanta Taho and Linishin that out in Lido Les. Bada has been Linisto at Honlo. The cherub and sick case betilo the instant around Hesto or Shehem de Nido Les put on. Nahatan Lini Nihilaja Nihilant and President Nez and the Vice President Lizer. Speaker Damon and the Chief Justice Karo, Ms. Jane. Ask about Hunlon, he pesh Mahasa Anan Hisala. Is it and then Lane ask for Kroyat Ehon Hidden Nebat eat Nisto, Banahit Aro, Peso than Lenin that out Zohit Arshin, Hotzan Leni Bain, his sin up and Nacha Hijona Huit Oh, Hashed Edad eat Nispa has Ani, Nihidan Napa. She had the needle arts for an Hidigan, Lenny, Honsagon, Chahajopadi, and yet the nation Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much for that wonderful prayer this morning, Chairman Nez. Again, thank you to everyone for being part of this discussion this morning. To all the individuals online, again, we'll be having a work session today. And that work session is going to be on, if you see the agenda before us, Resolution CMY-44-20, and also discussing legislation 0116-20, and possibly looking for solutions and recommendations, not only from three branch chiefs, but also from our technical assistants from the Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel too as well. So again, thank you everyone for calling in this morning. Colleagues, right now we're moving on down to announcements. I don't know if there's any announcements from any one of my colleagues. I haven't got any text message on announcing anything. If there's none, colleagues, again, thank you for calling this morning. Recognize the guests and visiting officials. Again, thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, for calling in today. Madam Chief Justice, thank you for, if you're on the line now, thank you for calling in. All my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all the staff, everyone, thank you for calling in. And everybody, again, listening in on the World Wide Web. Good morning, everyone. We can go ahead and move on down discussion items. Over the past couple weeks, since we knew late in March and into April that the Navajo Nation was going to be receiving some funds from the federal government in regards to COVID-19, as we know as the pandemic, has really strung on cord and strung and hit home on the Navajo Nation. And the Navajo Nation councils are moving forward on new variables and trying to get things done so that we can work together and get some of these dollars out to the people. There's been resolutions passed and was also a recommendation from the Office of the Vice President. And today's focus and goal is really to look at both legislations and see if there's if there's a solution of compromise. We'll hear from the Office of the President, maybe possible recommendations and outcomes to maybe listening in to as well from our Navajo Nation Chief Justice and any possible solutions or recommendations they have. Members of the council will have the opportunity to speak to as well. And staff from Navajo Nation Attorney General's office is going to be led by Ms. Shannon Warner today. And any kind of recommendations of moving forward from their office. And then also from the Navajo Nation Chief Justice, our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Barbara. And having part of this discussion. What we can do is we can start off with openings from the chief, from both branch chiefs, and then if there's any questions are from the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati committee members, then we can go ahead and proceed from there. But I'd really like to see here also as well from Navajo Nation Department of Justice and then Office of Legislative Counsel, and then possibly opening it up for full discussion after that. Maybe we could just go ahead and go in that direction. But before we move forward, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Karen Doki. I know you're on the line there. Could you go ahead and do a roll call for NABI members? Oh, Karen? Peggy, are you available?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
staff?
Speaker. I can go ahead and do the. Yes, I can do the roll call.
Okay, go ahead,
Honorable
Peggy.
Speaker. Okay, Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Speaker Damon is present, and then Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. No response, and then Delegate Otto So. Can you hear me?
I'm
okay.
here.
Delegate, this is roll call. Okay. And then Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So.
I'm here.
Delegate Eugene So is present, and then Delegate Vince James. And then Delegate Edmund Yazzie. I know I heard him earlier. Okay,
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Thank you. All right, Delegate Edmund Yazzie is here. And then Delegate Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Okay, Delegate Rick Nez is present. And then Delegate Thomas Walker.
I'm here.
Okay, Delegate Thomas Walker is here. Delegate Key Allen Begay. Okay, then Delegate Herman Daniels. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. and Delegate Mark Freeland. Okay, Delegate Daniel So. Delegate Carl Slater. Delegate Charlene So. Delegate Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona here.
Okay, Delegate Halona is present. And then Delegate Edison Wanika.
Here.
Okay, Delegate Wanika is present. And then Delegate Paul Begay. Okay, Delegate Raymond Smith, Jr. Delegate Jamie Henio. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yeah, this is Dr. Begay.
Good morning. Delegate Begay is here. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Amber Crotty. And Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Okay, Speaker, you have 6, 7. You have 8 members present, counting yourself, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai, for that, in that roll call. So with that,
you're welcome.
colleagues, let's go and continue to move on. Again, just to give an overview, everybody that might have joined in or listening online, Naabik'iyati Committee is having a special work session today to listen to the branch chiefs and possible recommendations, and also from our technical partners in this, and that's Office of the Navajo Nation Attorney General's Office, and then also Navajo Nation Chief Legislative Council Office as well. And this is on legislations that have been acted on by the council, and one that has been already acted on by the president, and that was CMY-44-20. And then the other one is 0116-20, which is at Naabik'iyati Committee right now, and that's the reason why it was a recommendation. So thank you, everyone, for putting aside the time today and moving forward in really getting done, so we can go ahead and have this discussion here today. So let me go ahead and move on down to Mr. President. Good morning again. I know that you're first on the agenda here, and I know that you have to open this because a lot of people have having a day to set aside here. I know that you're pretty busy, so thank you very much, Mr. President, for taking time to sitting down with Naabik'iyati Committee today and with Madam Chief Justice and this branch chief discussion and all other partners that we're trying to go ahead and really make sure that get this fund management plan created so we can get these expenditure plans out the door and help our Navajo people. So thank you again, Mr. President, for being a part of this discussion. So without further ado, Mr. President, I don't know if you have the Vice President on the line too, but good morning, Vice, if you're on there, Mr. Leiser. But let me go ahead and give the floor over to you, Mr. President, at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Meeting today, Naabik'iyati Committee. Chief Justice, understand that she's on the call, and all the staff, visitors, everyone listening in. I was on a call. I had one earpiece in my right ear and listening to the Naabik'iyati Committee get underway in my left ear. The call that we're having right now is, the future plans for the Navajo Nation in terms of, the rise in COVID positive all around us. And this legislation that's before us and this discussion deals with with this. So I'm bringing this up because it's very important. You got Phoenix being one of the hot spots. You got Utah going up. All these states that opened up prematurely, you know, and some of them don't even have any public health orders that mandate their citizens to wear masks. We do right here on Navajo. Next door, New Mexico does. And because of that, you know, we've been starting to flatten out on our numbers. And it's very important, everybody that's listening on the call, that we wear masks in public or everywhere we go. Studies indicate that wearing masks help reduce the risk of COVID-19. So I'm going to make that little commercial here since everybody's listening in. We got to continue to wear our masks. We got to continue to social distance. We got to continue to wash our hands with soap and water. We can't let down. And the discussion that we're having right now is, what do we do? I mean, all around us, cases are just skyrocketing. Do we need to continue to lock down our nation just to avoid, you know, another spike here on Navajo? You know, that's the discussion I'm having with the division directors and the staff on the other line. And the reason why I bring that up is that these decisions are critical, are crucial. I think this week alone, Speaker and members of the council, this week alone can shape the future of the Navajo Nation. Either we go one direction or the other direction. You know, one direction is to help our citizens with the needed resources and help fight this monster called COVID-19, or we begin to just fight each other. And I'm not saying that this is about leaders because of the focus of what we're talking about today, but it's all of us. There's starting to be people, you know, getting angry at one another for not abiding by these public health orders throughout the Navajo Nation. And we just need to continue to work together. And that's just not leadership. That's all of us throughout the Navajo Nation to fight this monster. And today, this week, you know, we can make a big impact on the future of the Navajo Nation in terms of fighting this virus, in terms of economic and community development by putting $600 million to work for the future of the Navajo Nation. Or our own pride can get in the way. And I appreciate the prayer that was given by Chairman Nez. And soul searching this weekend. You know, being on my knees and praying for the nation, praying for wisdom, praying for strength, protection, and good health for not just me, but all of you all the people throughout this nation. And it's concerning to see these big numbers all around us. Scary. We just need to continue to fight hard and work together. And that includes us leaders, Speaker. And I appreciate you reaching out and having me on the work session today. This is a start. This is a start to remind ourselves that it's not about us. It's about the Navajo people. It's about what the Creator wants for our people. You know, as I've been out there, you know, helping with these food and supply distribution events. I've talked one-on-one with a lot of these warriors and frontline workers. And speaker and members of the council, they're scared. They're scared that they may catch this virus. But they're there because they want to help their people. They want to help their people. And they're putting their own health and well-being on the line. And I commend them. I commend them for doing that, because they don't want any of our people to pass. They want to protect their elders. They want to protect their children. They want to protect their people. And I'm human. I'm scared too when I'm out there. All of us. The $600 million can change the future of the nation. I know that's not a lot, $600 million, but it could be a good foundation for us to bring economic and community development for our people. To push virus like this away, get water to our people, electricity to our people, broadband telecommunication for our people, scholarships. See, I think the plans that we all have is, and Speaker, you mentioned this too, and it's not that far. We're not that far apart. It's almost the same, but it's just like either our emotions get in the way, or, it's just my way or the highway. And I'll be the first to admit my apologies for pride getting in the way too. And so,
Janet,
I think we all should be able to swallow that, if you want to call it that, and move forward in the benefit for our people. People are dying. People are suffering out there. And I saw that firsthand. And you all see that. And we could be able to shield them a lot more by getting the immediate needs to our people with $50.5 million. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. We were moving towards reopening the Navajo Nation. We want to provide those services to our people. But if numbers start going up, or the virus starts picking up again, then we have to reevaluate those things. We have a deadline of December 31st. But what I also saw is that people coming together all over, not just front lines, but you as delegates being out there. That's what Navajo is all about. I think if we wanted to just have a glimpse of how our ancestors helped each other out during the long walk and other events in our history, that's what's happening right now, how people are coming together, not just Navajo people, but also friends of the nation. Friends of the Navajo Nation, putting their own money, their food and supplies, their prayers, helping our people. And then we have half of our population off the Navajo Nation. They're giving back because they want to help their people. It's bringing out compassion and love for one another. And And that's what I see. And that's what you see, I'm sure. And these two legislations here. One is the one that, we veto override. The memo was sent to you and the council because of a provision that we feel like it's an expenditure. And that was given to the president, not just me, any president future, to take care of the dollars of the Navajo people. And to override that is concerning. But the same people who voted for us are the same people who voted for you all. And, after whatever happens this week, we're going to have to be accountable to our people. And that's what elections are all about. And for me, we feel and we believe that we packaged up a comprehensive bill, 116-20. And we tried to have that 3-branch chief meeting. And we thought we would be able to move forward on a bill that we could all support. And the delegates that have co-sponsored or sponsored this bill, thank you. There's still room. Of course, you can't always just say this is my way or this is the highway. Of course, there's going to have to be some negotiation. I'm always open to that. But if you just push it forward and there's only one decision of either veto or sign into law, then you can't have that compromise at that point. So the compromise is now. And that's what we're talking about through this work session today. So, I fear God. And, what happens this week, we will all be held accountable to our people, yes, to our Creator as well. And we have to live with that. And I'm hopeful that we can be able to get a package and ready to spend. And this is just the first part. This is just to create the CARES Act fund. Then you got the distribution plan. The distribution plan is all the projects. The project listing. And there's a lot of waterline projects out there that we can get. Right now, people are suffering with not getting water to their livestock, right? Summer. We get that every year. We could be able to change that. We could be able to change that for the better. Just today, we received the CARES Act funding that we've been waiting for. That remaining 40%, certain amount is in our bank account now. That's another amount of dollars that we need to talk about. But this comprehensive plan, 116, we get the immediate needs, and then those categories that we're not far apart from that, we just move that forward, and then the distribution plan. And, there's a lot of projects there, a lot of project-ready projects out there. We can't have new projects. That's the thing, too. We have to have projects that are ready to go. And we do have a lot of those. So we're not that far apart. So I'll end by saying that this week will set the tone for our 4 years in office and maybe beyond. And I'm willing to work together with the council, you, Speaker, Madam Chief Justice, and let's get a plan developed so we can better the quality of life for our Navajo people. so we can beat this monster. This monster can be beat. And I appreciate all the prayers of the Navajo people, and they're praying for all of us, not just me, not just you, it's all of us. And our people are fighting hard for their lives out there. Many people have lost family, loved ones, and we continue to pray for them. So I won't be too long, Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and I know that we all have the heart for the people because we're here. Let's set aside our differences, and let's really get down to working for the Navajo people. So thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll end with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if Mr. Vice President is on the line. Would you like to say something?
I think he's chairing that other meeting that I was on earlier.
You have your other your other iPod on the other ear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's teamwork right there. Thank you.
All right. Let me go ahead and move on down then to good morning, Madam Chief Justice. Are you there?
Good morning, Speaker. This is Raquel Chi. I am here on behalf of the Judicial Branch.
Is Madam Chief Justice going to be joining us this morning?
Good morning, Speaker. This is Raquel Chi. I'm here on behalf of the Judicial Branch. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any statement that
Yes, sir.
you can speak on behalf of for Madam Chief Justice?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, the Naabik'iyati Committee. Good morning, President Nez and Vice President Leiser. Good morning, Executive Staff Branch, and also to members of the Navajo Nation who are listening online today. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'd also like to send greetings to Chief Justice Jane, Associate Justice Shirley, Associate Justice Sinajini, our Honorable District Court judges, and our Honorable Hearing Officers. We also have administrators, and most importantly, I'm sure we have some court staff out there who are listening. Ado she Raquel chi ayin shia. Tratna zani ain shle kete cheat ni ebashish chin ma idesh gijni dash che don't nanisht ajid na a dash nale. Ado hot a is shle. Ado Judicial Branch JA. I am the acting administrative director of the courts. Hot a ishinan nishtije. Ado, please be aware that DA bahast it's essential that Chief Justice remain impartial on any pending legislation. I will be your principal presenter today, but we do have others that are on standby if we have any questions about my presentation this morning. Previously, we provided our Judicial Branch budget, CARES Act budget, our expenditure plan, and some other attachments. So we've revised our budget proposal. And although our charge here today is to look at both legislations, I will not be providing comments on any proposed legislation. The number 2 charge today was to provide possible recommendations, and the Judicial Branch is only here to discuss how the CARES Act can ensure we continue to provide essential services. So I'm here to present our revised budget for the Judicial Branch CARES Act proposal. To date, the branch has spent a total of over $97,000 of general funds and $638 funds to battle the coronavirus on our front, but we still need more. The Navajo Nation Judicial Branch has prepared and revised its proposal for CARES Act funding in the amount of $13,373,636 to help us mitigate and to prepare for this invisible monster that's extended its reach into our judicial branch family. We took your feedback from our May 28th Naabik'iyati presentation, and we have revised our CARES Act requests. We have taken out the Kayenta Judicial Project out of this budget as it's reflected in the budget for the Department of Corrections CARES Act requests. And I also previously shared that we utilized a very thoughtful, deliberate process when we came up with this budget. We employed an internal review process to refine and to arrive at this proposal. I'm honored today that I'm speaking for our 210 hardworking, dedicated staff and legal practitioners. And I'm here to reiterate that the need that they have for appropriate services, supplies, and equipment to provide court, peacemaking, and probation services to the people. In preparing our proposal, we've considered the requirements of the CARES Act, our guiding principles, the need for the branch to extend to the people through the provision of safe justice services, the need for fiscal responsibility and prudency, and our limited time frame as we continue to mitigate this virus. We utilize an internal matrix that was developed by the peacemaking program to help us vet our proposed expenditures that we are going to present today. And I'm just going to go over the overall budget totals. For personnel, we're requesting $795,275. For travel expenses, we're proposing $21,812. For meeting expenses, to cover the need of serving documents on behalf of victims with process servers, we're requesting $800,800. In supplies, we've included PPE and other janitorial supplies that we need, as well as technological supplies, in the amount of $4,420,286. To support our telecommunications and telecommuting, we are requesting $192,245. In repairs and maintenance to ensure that our buildings and our district courts are safe for the public and for our staff, we're requesting $3,228,452. In contractual services for some of our technology advances, and then for cleaning of our buildings, decontamination of our buildings, we're requesting $1,256,421. In special transactions that will pay for things like media, public information, as well as other expenditures that we have identified, we are requesting $136,667. And our revised capital outlay amount is $2,521,678. And this will cover the proposed project of procuring a modular building for the Window Rock District Court probation and peacemaking programs. And our revised, again, total is $13,373,636. And the final question for today was about outcomes. And as a grant writer, I love to talk about outcomes. And for this question, the branch recommends that for an outcome that we'd like the ability to expeditiously access these CARES Act dollars so that we're able to provide safe and healthy services for our people. Our people deserve timely resolution to their disputes by being able to effectively communicate. We'll be able to hear these cases remotely and manage our cases. And then we would also like to see 100% of our staff telecommuting to be able to provide these services to our people. I'd also like to, at this time, I'd like to thank our branch staff who helped prepare our proposal, and for Chief Justice Jane's support. And then to address our CARES Act proposal only, we also have Yvonne Arvizo Gorman, our financial services manager. We have Ben Mariano, our IT director, and we also have Alex Largy, our the DIT director, who are here to address anything in our proposal. Honorable Speaker, the Naabik'iyati Committee, President Nez, and Vice President Leiser, thank you for your time and for the opportunity to present on the judicial branch's needs.
Thank you. With that, thank you for presenting on behalf of Madam Chief Justice. Moving on down, let me go ahead and move on to Ms. Warner. I don't know if you want to start off or if you want to have Ms. Barbara start off. I take your recommendations.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, delegates, staff, and guests. Mr. Speaker, I defer to you and Ms. Bobroff because what DOJ is prepared to do today is to comment on Ms. Bobroff's merger document. So we will be talking about that, and perhaps it makes most sense for Ms. Bobroff to start by explaining her merger document.
Okay. All right, great. Well, let me go ahead and go to Ms. Barbroff then. Ms. Barbroff? Yeah? Are you there? Unless she was on earlier. Barbara, I think she's getting back on the line again. Dana?
Hi, Speaker. This is Lashana. I just text Dana to let her know that her presentation is up next. From looking at the list of participants, it looks like she was kicked off of the line, so we'll wait for her to jump back on.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel. So I just got on the line.
Good morning.
Oh, we basically got the United Healthcare folks to present a memorandum of agreement.
Speaker, she'll be a few minutes.
So that's basically the outcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barbara, are you on the line now? Staff, can you make sure that she's not muted?
Good morning, Speaker. This is Melinda. Nobody is muted at this time.
Let me go take some questions. I know that there's some media questions that were from some of my colleagues on maybe the presentations that we currently first had from Mr. President and on behalf of the judicial branch. So let me go ahead and go out to my colleagues. Mr. Brown, Honorable Nate Brown, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Delegate Nate Brown. I'm on the line.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, President Nance, Vice President Leiser, and the Judicial Branch, Raquel. I wanted to, I agree with President. We're going to make, this week is going to define who we are as Navajo people, not just leaders, elected leaders, but as the Neni, Tlini, Ako. One of the things I really wanted to point out is I am willing to sit down, and the way I move through this world is through Tzadism. Last night I was on a phone call with one of our 99-year-old grandma in Denahutso, asking her for advice as we move through this in my position. And what she told me and the other elders is this week is going to really change the nation. This coming Saturday, I requested a prayer at this Najini. This coming Sunday, which is 3 things are happening. There is Father's Day, the summer solstice, and finally, it's also an eclipse. So I was told as leadership that this is really there's a lot of alignment happening. And I listened to my elders and their teaching, telling me, and I've been visiting, with the local churches, with my people here, and working with even the missionaries, farming with them, planting with them. So I'm well-rounded, and I try to listen to everyone. And I know that we're going into this Sunday, and we really, as leadership, I'm grateful that I still have a lot of my elders that I consult with. And I really I'm glad that all of you are listening, and all our people that are listening. What I am finding with working with the Navajo Nation Police Department in Kayenta, working with the court administrators, working with the township, my 3 chapters, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Navajo County Sheriff, Apache County Sheriff, criminal investigators. I met with them all last week, and we are pretty much singing the same tune. Some of the reasons why our numbers keep climbing is we need to combat bootlegging, and we need to make up stricter laws with people who are socially drinking, who are deliberately spreading the virus. They are saying, it is that ignorant attitude that is spreading the virus. I just lost my uncle 2 days ago, Saturday night, and he was exposed because my cousins that were drinking exposed him. Right now, it's just not in my communities, it's everywhere. I had a call from a friend from Lufkin. He said he was crying. I lost another auntie. His son was drinking in Gallup. He came home, then he got his children sick, and now his mom passed away. I'm so mad. I'm angry. So I've been pretty active on Facebook asking for pictures. And this is working through, and we as leadership, with this money that's coming, there has to be a big chunk of money that has to go to public safety. I mean, do we invest in drones to keep them? And we need to contact all the liquor stores that are surrounding us. I know that they are going to Farmington, Cortez, Gallup. They're buying large quantities of alcohol and they're transporting it back. And police is saying, I need evidence. We need evidence. We need pictures. We need videos. So I've been doing that on my own, which also I'm putting my life at risk. The police officers told me, the more you put this on social media, someone will retaliate against you. You have to protect yourself. So I've been having meetings with my own family, and we've been talking about this. We're going to gate our communities up, and we're going to, where we live, although we are going to put up a sign, if you're not a home site lease owner here, please don't come in here. They're transporting it, and they're spreading this virus. So that's what we're seeing here. And I'm pretty active in my communities, with these food boxes. And so I really want a portion of it to go to public safety. I know that's we need to continue to talk about it. I need all hands on deck on the I need your help. I need your leadership and your ideas on how to combat this. We are losing way too many people. I've just been on the phone with the mortuary, and it's just, but we're doing the best that we can. And the other part, Ms. Raquel Chi, you mentioned that you took out the Kayenta Court. The Kayenta Court, of all the buildings that are on there, Kayenta Court is probably the most shovel-ready. We do have documentation. We do have all of that. Ms. Naabik'iyati, the Kayenta Court administrator, has been working diligently. We've been working with everyone. We went through the Law and Order Committee. We went through Naabik'iyati. We went through a lot of committees, and we've been talking about this. So if you can give me why Kayenta Court was taken out, who made that decision, why, especially if we're talking about shovel-ready projects. We have the land, we have everything. So we've been moving with that. And Kayenta Township has been very instrumental. We have resolutions from the Kayenta chapter. So we know that is shovel-ready. I know that the judicial branch is aware, and the gentleman from your office has been attending the meetings with us also. So again, we need to get these fundings to our people. I'm willing to just vote green once this is merged and really get the help out here. I have families that I visited that are without running water. I have families whose whole household are impacted and they're afraid to travel because the whole household is positive. So we need to get this money to our people to get them the proper sanitation, to get them water. So AD and King's Kit, and I really, and again, another shovel-ready project in my community that my Chimbito chapter has been working diligently on is the C-store. I know Mr. J.P. Willey is well aware of that, and we've been, and we have the land and everything also. So I stand to continue to support my communities and the whole Navajo Nation. So I really wanted to share that information with all of you from Venus Tweedo Sani with Ashlinigi. I consult with them. So what I say is not just Nate Brown saying this. It's my elders that I have contact with all the time. So Shaban Subaki so that's Nanta, Chicago Shidane, Washington George Cottage, Ninkine, but I have buy it. Naabika on that Hagola Tankido is not on in any. Khalid Anki Kehada, the Kayden Kata, see, which on the Australia. خاطة نخانتوخ أدنى خاطة سينل أرجعان دا أشخاص نجان خاطة نجان صد زندش إن هي خيلة بنيجي نخاطة سينل يخاف شيء كيلو أجانشي هذا ناندا لاغو هذا كيلو إنه شيء إن جن خاص I mean I get airful and I'm glad I do because they speak from passion. They speak from the Hogan. Man dini hatoshkeso hatash anahatashke. And I'm out there every day the best that I can. So I'm glad that President Shinant Hinzi Khadi Jatanini Ani Behdoli Oshinant of course, yeah, please let's work together. I really need these resources. Like as soon as the money that came in, we should have been spending it. But now we're working towards that. So thank you, Speaker. Thank you, President. Thank you, Judicial Branch. I'm constantly in contact with him. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brown, for that overview. Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to Ms. Barbara if I think she's ready to present. So, Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Chairman of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Ado ade shinant ade Beshmas anno hiniso iso ihe staff. Ado da do shinant sile President ne so ade shinale so Vice President. Ado Chief Justice she do follow dante ade ka in ado shmabat shi tappa hadan nego ko epe ko ya ta hota kinash say I really like the tone of the work session and kon hinan an hazi koshinan ite anehdi ade yahinya do ade that he seen that's all I'm about, coming to the middle and epic echo ya pasito ka hanshande come to some sort of middle ground. I know that this issue is related to the branches' authority and so forth. Because I need to think so. Hadith ada. Nashe that it asked. So it aja. It ko ade ya nepa. Papa hadith ada sa ni. Ko sibin ya. Lede tene dada kita halon kita IC yinda. How come we're not in the formula? And that is my my concern. And even question 6 case though that's the reason why I vote the way I vote, because these individuals that are out there, whether they're at the chapter level, even the chapters, they're not in the conversation of the COVID-19 dollars that came down the pipeline. They're nowhere anywhere in the conversation. And even now with I really we have to come to the middle and get some out this week. Whatever happens right now, I that's all I've been waiting on. So hadith ada kotoshi yo that with me ko hota be in hinash ari tiligo shinal ado kodoso Chief Justice So yard hot cushion khania hai khape so dan no long the hot much that it call so we get that we see it's gone, it's past. But we need to get those resources to the judicial branch, to your branch, and to the legislative branch, so that we can provide that service out there related to the COVID dollars. But Johnny, I think Niado could so aje Nani alcohol a bag or Bahin alcohol a day out with Ashland but I'll need that with our Netta. Asahaje Celeste Nano to Yashoda alcohol hot Nahal Gisto oh a day corruption and hence it's a little thank you very much, Speaker. And I guess after this presentation, we have to move forth and call the special Nabi as soon as possible after this, and get a get a petition out so we could try to get these CARES Act enacted. One suggestion is that I guess with the first wave here of dollars that's going to be released, I suggest that we infuse the judicial branch of their request in this first wave. And then I believe the legislative branch has their request also. So thank you.
That I got one more individual who wants to speak, and then we can go over to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Crotty, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate. If I may, I appreciate President Nez and Vice President Leiser being on the call and giving us, in terms of insight, and for Raquel Chi from Judicial just giving us a high-level summary. I think in terms of how we move forward, I would like to reserve, Speaker, my questions after Ms. Barbroff presents on the proposed amendments. If I may hold my time and defer to Ms. Barbroff to provide those amendments so we can move forward in the conversation. And if there could be an update if the Sehasin projects have been reviewed and which projects are not only available to move forward, what waterline projects, but what can be used with the CARES Act are really the goal on what I wanted to get out of this work session. Thank you.
Colleagues, just as a reminder, we're not completely done yet with the presentation. So, Honorable Hona, or do you want to? You just now text me. Do you want to make a comment now or after the presentation?
If not, Speaker, I'm online.
Honorable Hona.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. And
do you want to? Can you wait after the presentation, or are you wanting to talk immediately right now?
I want to talk immediately right now and address this presentation. I'll be brief, Speaker.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Okay, my colleagues, I'm going to repeat the things that I've been saying all along, is that we need to move forward on this legislation. We need to move forward quickly. I've been advocating all along that we need to combine both these legislations in some manner. Mrs. Barbara has been kind enough and worked hard enough that she had come up with some amendments to do just that, to combine these legislations. And, we should have got it done last week. We should have took care of it last week, and I was still upset that not everybody came and signed a petition for a special session, because we also have the election that we have to take care of, and however direction that goes to. So when we get the petition out, I urge all of my council colleagues, we need to sign this and move forward with whatever we're going to have to take care of here. Now, this legislation that Ms. Barbara is going to present is for something that I've been pushing for, is to combine both of these two legislations so we can move forward and help people get this thing done. I hear Nate Brown plea. It's starting to happen here in my community also. So with that, Speaker, I just wanted to let everybody know that it's your duty to get out there and sign that petition so we can move forward with these things. We should have done this last week. It should have been already done. And I'm a little bit disappointed that certain people didn't want to sign that petition for different reasons. But, you're hurting all of us, the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to put that out there again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. And with that, thank you for your words, and thank you for your deep concern in this matter. Let me go back to Ms. Barbroff, and I know Ms. Barbroff, one of the recommendations was just to go over both legislations and then what we currently have in law through CMY-44-20, and then what is in 116-20. And then from that, the possible recommendation for combining, or if one is just moved forward without the other one's actions, what could be a possibility too as well. So, Ms. Barbroff, I know you've been working with this, and I know that you did send a couple of amendments out, not only to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but also to the President's office for their review on the amendments. I don't know if there was any comments back, but go ahead, and the floor is yours now, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize that I have no idea when I was talking before if my call dropped from the beginning or if you heard anything. So I apologize for repeating myself, but if you didn't hear anything at all, I would like just to say that I've been honored to be able to work with the Navajo Nation here in Window Rock with the council during this pandemic. It's really, I have so many friends. It's really been an honor. And also, just for a little bit of really good news, I'm sure you've all heard, but the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch was very successful in its 2014 lawsuit against the Bureau of Education over its 638 contract, and got a lovely award on Friday. And I'm only mentioning it because when I was Deputy Attorney General, I got to start that lawsuit. So it's really exciting for it to turn out so favorably. As far as the merging of the two legislations, what CMY 44-20 did was it enacted the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Act and established the Navajo Nation CARES Fund at Title 12 of the Navajo Nation Code, and it additionally included set up a framework wherein expenditures were done through expenditure plans, and CMY 44-20 included various criteria for the expenditure plans. Now, if you go to 116-20, 116-20 also established a Navajo Nation CARES Fund. It similarly established a framework wherein expenditures or distributions would be done through an expenditure plan framework. In addition, 116 originally established that expenditure plans would only be developed by the president after some consultation, but after amendments, we now have the Budget and Finance Committee amendments. Now the expenditure plans would be developed by the three branches, essentially through the three branch chiefs, with the assistance of a work group. That work group would be made up of 12 members, 4 from each branch, plus some additional advisors. They would be tasked with developing the expenditure plans and all the details that are involved in that. And then together, the three branch chiefs would be presenting these expenditure plans to the council for approval. And also 116 includes an immediate allocation of $50,500,000 and a little extra. And that would go out immediately once the legislation was signed and the processing was done. Now, the merging of the two legislations, the actual amendments are rather involved, but I have sent out, I did that last Thursday morning, I sent out an amendment page saying, on this page you're going to amend this line, you're going to delete something, you're going to add something. I have also sent out a copy of the legislation with all the amendments underlined, overstricken. And then and I'd also on Thursday sent out a Word copy of a document showing what the legislation would look like if it was merged. Unfortunately, the one I sent out Thursday did not have numbered lines on it. So last night at about 8:30, I sent out a version to all the delegates, to the Office of Legislative Counsel or Legislative Service, etc., with numbered lines. So what the merged document does is that it relies on the establishment of the Navajo Cares Fund as established in CMY 44-20 in Title 12. And I want to stop right here and say that I took particular care so that the merged legislation works if whether or not the override legislation is approved by council. As we've talked about, when the when the president line item vetoed, he left in provisions. So I drafted the merger legislation so it works either with all of CMY 44-20 or with what the president left after his line item veto. I figured that's an issue that's a separate issue that doesn't have to hinder the development of this merger. So what we have is the CARES Fund, Navajo Nation CARES Fund, is established, comes from CMY 44-20, and that is referenced here in the merged document. Also, much of the detailed criteria for the expenditure plans comes from CMY 44-20. Now from 116, what we have is the development of the expenditure plans through a work group. The work group is comprised of 12 members, four from each branch, plus some additional advisors. The work group is formed by the 3 branch chiefs. The work group will put together a detailed expenditure plan or expenditure plans, which will be then presented to the 3 branch chiefs. And then when they are in agreement, that will be presented to the Navajo Nation Council for approval. And yes, expenditure plans will go across for President's veto, line item veto, the expenditure plans. And also with this merger, 116 retains the $50 million allocation, immediate allocation. That has not changed. Speaker, do you want me to, and that pretty much sums up the merger. And it would not require new legislation. What it would require to come out with the merged documents is a floor amendment, while 116 is being debated. Of course, it could be done as a separate legislation if so requested, but it appeared that amending 116 was a faster way. So now, Speaker, do you want me to go further into the details?
Because in going further into the details, I guess whatever information you have right now that help explain the process, not only to the branch chiefs, but also to my colleagues, would definitely be beneficiary.
Okay.
So if there's additional information, it probably would be best, Ms. Barbara.
Okay. It would probably be easier if everybody pulled up the document I sent out last night at 8:37 or so. Please let me know if you don't have it. Or I think maybe let Peggy Nakai know. Okay, so the merged documents, what it does, I won't go through the authority section because that's pretty standard. It talks about, of course, what committees have authorities and such. And then the first part, page 2, the findings are really recapping the public health emergency, the executive orders, the state of emergencies issued by the executive branch, and the closure of offices, etc. Page 3 then talks about the federal Title V of the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and some of the uses and the fact that the nation received the $600 million, and that the $600 million that the nation has received has been deposited into a holding account until the president and the council have finalized the expenditure allocations. Then if you're moving on to page 4, it does, in G on page 4, which is line 11, it does speak to the fact that under the plan of operation, the president has the authority to negotiate or to intergovernmental agreements with federal agencies that may be able to expand the use of the coronavirus relief funds. And then it speaks to, while the president negotiates those agreements, they are subject to final approval by the Budget and Finance Committee as set forth under their plan of operations. It also, page 4 also speaks to the fact that the funds, they're not projected revenue, they are federal funds, and thus they're not subject to set-asides. It then talks to the fact, paragraph J on page 4 talks about the fact that the expenditures have to be accomplished through December 30th, and that the expenditures of these CARES funds will be done through the expedited procurement rules and procedures that are set forth in CMY-44-20 as Exhibit E. And if you will recall, those were primarily developed by the Department of Justice, of course with some assistance, but those will stay and then get incorporated into this merger. Let's see, now I have moved on to page 5. L on page 5, it speaks directly to the fact that the Navajo Nation CARES Fund was established in Title 12 as part of CMY 44-20. Then paragraph M talks to the fact that expenditure plans will be accomplished through the approval of 2/3 votes of member of the council, and then subject to final action by the president. And then, okay. And then if we go to page 6, section 3, that's where the that authorizes immediate expenditures from the CARES Fund, immediate expenditures of $50,559,530.10. I scrambled that, but $50 million, and those dollars are to go to the Department of Health, to the Health Incident Command Center within the Department of Health. I do have a question as if the Health Incident Command Center, if it actually has an account or such, but that's a technicality we can deal with. And the $50 million is broken down exactly as it was first put in 116. There weren't any changes. That's personal protective equipment, food, water, and basic necessities, payroll expenses, disinfection of public areas, reconfiguring Navajo Nation offices, computer hardware and software, assistance to Public Law 93-638 healthcare facilities, and then some money to approve the FMIS system, and then the Office of the Controller is to assist in the budgeting and expenditure, and then those immediate $50 million. The immediate $50 million. There is a requirement set forth on page 7 that if it's not spent by August 31st, it returns to the CARES Fund. And then on page 7, starting in section 6, it speaks to the President, the Speaker, and the Chief Justice shall jointly develop and prepare expenditure plans that incorporate the needs of the whole of the Navajo Nation, including the needs of all 3 branches. That is an amendment that came from the Budget and Finance Committee. And then it speaks to, and this also came from the Budget and Finance Committee amendment, that the President, Speaker, and Justice will jointly form, and I apologize, I will just do damage if I try to pronounce the name of the work group. So we're going to just have to call it work group. And they will jointly form the work group. It will be comprised of 4 members from the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And that may include representatives from chapters or persons who have certain expertise. And the work group will be tasked with creating an expenditure plan. The next provision on section 6 speaks to the fact that the President can appoint federal advisory representatives as consulting members. Now if we move on to page 8, it speaks to the work group is to present an expenditure plan for the CARES funds to the Speaker, the Chief Justice, and the President within 15 days of the enactment of this legislation. And that expenditure plan and any other expenditure plans until the CARES funds are exhausted. That means all of the CARES funds that come, the Title V CARES funds that come in, those will go to the Budget and Finance Committee, Nabi Committee, and Council for approval. And then there's a little bit of details about the Office of the Controller. Within 30 days from the enactment of this legislation, they will produce a report as to what expenditures have been made so far for the pandemic relief, and those funds, when eligible, will get incorporated under the CARES Fund expenditure plans. Then I'm still on page 8, section 5 speaks to that as allowed by the CARES Fund, the guidelines, any agreements the nation enters with the federal government, construction of water lines, electricity, telecommunication projects, and other infrastructure may be incorporated into the expenditure plans. And I think that DOJ will probably talk about the CSN funds in this context. The next section is section 6 that talks about prevailing law, and that is essentially that expenditures will be made consistent with the CARES Act agreements with the nation, this legislation, CMY-44-20, and that the Attorney General will be involved in identifying if there's any contradicting financial procurement, preference construction laws that might interfere, and regulations that might interfere with these funds being expended in a timely manner, and then the Council and the President will have the ability to take action. And then the section 9, which is on page 9, that incorporates the directives from CMY 44-20. Those were pretty extensive directives. And 0116, as posted or submitted, had, I don't know, repeated or incorporated many, but not all, of the CMY 44-20 directives. So that's a brief rundown. Speaker, if you want me to go in more detail, I certainly can.
Okay, with that, Barbara, I think we're good. We can go on to, if there's no more presentation on your part, I know Ms. Warner was going to go off your presentation, so let's go ahead and move on down to Ms. Warner, representing the Department of Justice today. So again, good morning, Ms. Warner. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to President, Vice President, delegates, staff, and guests. Yes, today DOJ is prepared to discuss Ms. Bobroff's redlined merger document. First, I would like to say that we are in complete agreement with Ms. Bobroff's presentation. I think that now I'm going off of what Ms. Bobroff sent back on Friday, June 12. I just a few minutes ago got her revision from yesterday, but I do not think that there are any substantive revisions that would change what I'm going to say. So if we look at Dana's merger document, basically, as she said, we can treat the merged redline document as an amendment to the existing legislation 0116. And when we look at that, basically the merged document does three things. And I understand I'm repeating what Dana also said, but Ms. Bobroff's merged document does three things. Number one, it strikes out anything from the original 116 legislation that would duplicate or conflict with the current resolution CMY 44-20. Number two, it retains everything from 0116, which would be new law, and that is not already a part of CMY 44-20. Most broadly, that's two things: the $50 million immediate expenditures, and then the creation of the Relief Fund work group. Number three, Ms. Bobroff's merged document or amendment will add new language to clarify that the parts of CMY 44-20 that were not vetoed by the president, that is, number one, CMY 44-20 already enacted the Navajo Cares Fund Act, and CMY 44-20 already established the Navajo Cares Fund. So if council were to treat the merged document as an amendment to 0116, what the nation would end up with is CMY 44-20, which already established the Navajo Act and which already established the Navajo Fund. And then 0116 just adds the clarification of that immediate expenditure of $50 million and adds the creation of the work group. And as Dana said, there's some changes along the parameters of the expenditure plan that now under 0116, the expenditure plans will be developed in concert with the three branches for the benefit of the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, if I may, just briefly, because Dana had mentioned this, looking at the merged document, page 10, section 5, dealing with waterline, electricity, and telecommunication projects. Most of those are somewhat perhaps overlapping with prior Sahasan projects. And all I would say is to refer council back to the Attorney General that she issued on June 5. And in a nutshell, what the Attorney General sees is that funds can be used to pay the federal funds, and also now the Navajo funds can be used to pay expenditures under three things. The first thing, if the expenditures are in the reasonable judgment of Navajo leadership, if they're reasonably necessary expenditures to increase treatment capacity or to improve mitigation measures. Number two, if they're not already accounted for in the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive budget. And number three, if they're incurred from March 1 to December 30. As AG discussed, this has to be on a case-by-case analysis to see what is the reasonable judgment of Navajo leadership. A final determination under the Federal Act could be made by the U.S. Treasury Inspector General if there's an audit. And basically it will be a decision of leadership whether to take the risk of using the federal funds for certain purposes. But as long as they follow the three things, they're expended from between March 1 and December 30, if they're not already in the nation's comprehensive budget from this past fiscal year. And if the leadership has in the reasonable judgment, we need this, it is necessary to increase treatment capacity or to improve mitigation, that's the standard we're using to determine what these funds can be expended for. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Let me go back to anything else from our technical staff support, Ms. Warner or Ms. Barbara?
Speaker, thank you. This is Dana. I don't have anything else to add at this moment, but I'm certainly ready for questions, suggestions, etc. And thank you, DOJ, for reviewing what I sent. I appreciate it.
Okay. Let me go back to first the branch chiefs and see if they have anything, and then I can go back to the floor. Mr. President, Vice President, you have anything at this time?
Mr. Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council, just as you are receiving a report today, these are new information that we're gathering as well. So we'll listen in on the discussion and look forward to getting some of my internal questions answered from the Department of Justice. So I'll forward those questions to DOJ, and if there are some clarifications that they need to be made, I will bring that up if you give me another opportunity, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if Chief Justice online or if there was any comments, questions at this time again. If not, then let me go ahead and go over. I do have members of.
Hi, Speaker. I don't know if you heard me. This is Raquel Chi. I do have a question for judicial.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. There was a question. Thank you for the time again, Naabik'iyati Committee and Speaker. There was a question posed by the Honorable Nate Brown about the Kayenta Justice Center. And I just want to get clarification for our branch that the Kayenta Correction Center was included in the overall Department of Corrections budget. That project is estimated at $12,626,126. And the reason why we took it out of the judicial branch budget was because it ended up on the Department of Corrections overall CARES Act budget for facilities. And just got to get a clarification that it was truly included on that budget on that side. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity. Now, with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and return back to the floor. I know that this is who I have in the lineup. Madam Chair Amber Crotty wanted to come back to you, and then I have Honorable Halona, and then Honorable Elmer Begay. So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues, President, Vice President, and our judicial branch. I appreciate the time and energy from our legislative council and the Department of Justice working on these amendments that are in my about 12 pages of this is a lot of work, Speaker. And so I think in terms of, so my question, and Dana had mentioned that a separate legislation could be dropped, but felt that in terms of time, it would be these amendments to legislation 116-20. So if that's the recommendation, can we just make sure that we have all of the amendments here? So if I could, and I think it's good for the public to know, Speaker, with your staff on how much time and coordination it's going to take to merge 116-20 with the current law of the Navajo CARES Act. And in terms of delegates here on the line, if the strategy and what I'm hearing is to be very consistent or move this forward, then are we okay with all of these amendments that are set forth? Because what I want to raise is we have, as a nation, collectively, all three branches have had time to discuss what should be funded. So what I'm looking at is, and now that we have the three branches on the line, is if we still need this task force. And I'm looking at the language on page 9 of 12, and this is the amendment. Is creating which looks to me another layer of bureaucracy. These groups to create the expenditure plan, and it states, although it's all three branch chiefs now, it would be 15 days after this legislation is approved and signed into law. Speaker, in looking at the timeline on how we have worked throughout this emergency, my best estimate is if we move forward with a work group, and so that I want to ask the question, that appears to have, at least at the best, if we could get this passed by the end of this week, would delay any possible expenditure plans for 15 days after it's signed into law. And then the type of time and dedication it'll take to develop expenditure plans that the task force will be recommending. So I want to know if this task force is needed, because it looks like we as a nation have the expenditure plan needed for water line, electricity, telecommunication, and other projects. So that's my main question, because if this task force is a redundancy or a duplication, or just another layer of bureaucracy, is there additional amendments that would need to be made? Right now, what I'm looking for is evidence that we need the task force, because I just see it as just another delay. And I'm looking for solutions to expedite the expenditure. We, as a nation, received, I'd say just maybe $6 million not related to this CARES funding. And of that $6 million, we've only spent $25,000. That was reported last Friday. And so as a nation, I'm really concerned with how slow it takes or the process to expend these funds. And so I'm just worried a task force, I think, if this should have been done back in maybe the beginning of April, and I'm just not sure if we still need that. And the other area that I want to ask in terms of the amendments is these funds, how does this, and so maybe this is to Ms. Warner, is in terms of appropriation, the Title 12 definition, it excludes internal restricted funds. So I just need to understand, that term appropriation and how we move forward. And because I think I just want to be clear about it, because this is a different set of money. And if you need more, and if you don't understand my question, just give me a few more minutes to think about it and I'll restate my question. But what I really just want to do is make sure that we're right on the point when it comes to how we're identifying these dollars, how it works within our code. And if the federal government gave us or, appropriated this money, then what are we considering this fund? Thank you, Speaker. And I do apologize. I wasn't clear on that last question, and I could reframe at a later time if needed. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barbara or Ms. Warner, I don't know if you want to speak to a few of those questions.
Speaker, this is Dana.
Actually, Ms. Barbara, and then to the President too as well. I don't know if you're willing to work around. I think Madam Chair Crotty's question is to the three branch chiefs too as well. Is that task force another layer of bureaucracy that's going to take away, that's going to be layered onto us, and that's going to delay us for another 15 whole days? So let me go to Ms. Barbroff, and maybe, I don't know, if there's a response from the President, or I was really hoping maybe we could get Chief Justice on the line. I don't know if she was willing to get on the line, but just to have that input too as well, and then also from my colleagues. But go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. The question about the work group really is probably a question for the Office of the President. But I will point out that when drafting legislation for these expenditure plans, those expenditure plans are the first affirmation to the federal government that the nation is expending the funds appropriately. It is the first time we say that how those funds meet the criteria. So it is actually an important piece that the expenditure plans meet the criteria of the CARES Act, the federal funding, any agreements. So I look at it as quite important because as we know, oftentimes an expenditure just of give $20 million to a certain entity. This office, OLC, needs more. info than that. Whether that comes through a work group or some other means, I'm not going to comment there. But I will point out, I think Department of Justice's view on what goes into an expenditure plan is important, because it will be the Department of Justice who defends any cost disallowances. So that's what I have to add with that, Speaker. Thank you for letting me share.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's a follow-up, maybe, Mr. President. I guess there was a question to the branch chiefs if that was something that's willing to be amendable on the task force there. If there's no comment, then what we can do is, I guess, further debate can be handled, I guess, on the floor if that amendment does come through. I know that one question you had towards, I guess, myself, Madam Chair Naabik'iyati, is the timeline and opening up to getting that information out to the public. It seems like the Navajo Nation Council is going to have a Naabik'iyati committee meeting this Thursday. That meeting, at that time, this legislation 0116-20 could come back off a tabling motion that was held by and passed at the last NABI meeting this past Thursday at the recommendation to have this work session by Vice Chair Honorable Thomas Walker. If that comes back off the tabling motion, that information comes back to you, and if someone wants to raise that amendment at that time, and I think that at that time, Madam Chair, I think the President did indicate that he's reviewing these options right now, and I think that at that time maybe we could have the President being on standby, and also Madam Chief Justice on standby too, when we're discussing 0116-20 on Thursday, if that's going to come back to the floor. And at that time, I think that's where we can give them, as we know, it's a place where we talk about everything, and we can give the time to the Navajo Nation President, Vice President, and also to Madam Chief Justice if there's any other further input on that debate. So just to clarify that on a timeline, if that was to pass, and let's just say that it did pass, because I know that you did indicate, Madam Chair, what would happen then after that is that the legislation would be moved forward with or without certain amendments, and there could be a petition as early as Friday to have a discussion and have that moved in. But I have not had a petition, but that's just something that we're talking about here today in order for us to get possible scenarios and moving forward on that. So, again, that's just one possible scenario, and getting this, one is merging both of them, two is correcting the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Act that's currently in place, and three is finalizing this so that the next step can be approved, which would be the expenditure plan. And that expenditure plan, again, is in this case with or without that amendment. So if there's no further discussion on that, Mr. President, if you have anything to add, please jump in at any point. Just let me know, then I can give the floor over to you. But let me go ahead and move on down to Honorable Halona. I know that you had a follow-up question.
Thank you, Speaker. I did have a couple. As a matter of fact, I just want to address the fact that in the legislation as it is, the first $50 million could be expended right away without the work group approval. That's the way I read it. Also, I need to get a clarification on that. Also, the other thing would be that we probably need to, if there's a problem with that extra layer, and I think 4 from each division and an extra outsider would be too many because of the quorum requirements. We always have trouble with quorum already in certain committees. So maybe that might need to be reduced to 2 from each division and then an extra outsider. That would make it a lot more easier to make a quorum. The other thing would be to put a time frame on the work group's decisions on what they're having to move forward on everything that they're talking about, whatever legislation and spending proposals that come through there. We need to get a time frame on them so that they can't carry it on for 2, 3, 4 weeks, maybe 2 days, 3 days for them to make their final decision so it can come before the council. So that's one thing that I want to see. And then I think those were the first two. The only 2 questions I really have was that we should make those kind of amendments to this legislation also. That would speed up the process a little bit. Otherwise, like with the 115, I know the BNF committee saw that extra layer as a bureaucracy deterrent, and so they took that work group out of the legislation at the beginning. But I think we could still work with this one here if we could cut it down. So just a few more thoughts there that I think I see we could do with this legislation. And then, Dana, thank you very much for drafting this. This is really good. I really enjoyed reading it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. With that, let me move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Yate. I don't know that the President, I don't should the Vice President, and also the should shut it out the manager judicial. I believe that this is a 3-branch chief that are listening in, and they're representative too. So I don't baseball on the Senado. This morning we know that this is I guess it's a good thing. My counting, the way it is, it's all the way the natures go. In nature by unity, not that there's something in the nature, but as we know that sharing a little traditional knowledge, which is today is summer solstice. The way we could see that is, there's a line that we go by, which I go by every summer. I have lines where the sun ray hits it, the first hits, and then you get to my doorway. But through that, through the last night, we had to see that the Polaris, I don't know and then the Scorpius says that the old people says the authority has that this morning, it was about 12 o'clock midnight. It was like that. So every night ago, we come into agreement. We can do this. Today is a very sacred day. People say that because of that, is that whole nature. It's a summer solstice. This morning, then I got up. I was told that a long time ago. Nature goes by that, like that. That's the reason why we say that the most powerful is Jonah A. It's going, so we can't wait. We cannot hold up. It's second each minute it goes. So we need to make this. We say that this is not going to wait for us. People on life support now. People are every minute, every second, because their life is on the line. So that's what we're talking about. So if we can reach this agreement, let's do it. They don't need. Let's set our all this, our attitudes, emotion. It has to come to this to do that. Because of that is I'm very kind of frustrated about that people coming to me. There's a lot of this going on, which my Delegate Brown just mentioned that that's what happened in Greasewood area. Because there's all these the people starting to gather and they just burned it down the home. They keep calling us. We don't have no home now because of these people coming over, and we try to chase them out now. Or we had to take our grandma to Phoenix. That's where we were when they burned this house down. Right now, me and my LDA are working on it to call this sheriff. That people are very, I guess, now they're just telling that these people. They're my relatives, but they're bootleggers. They drugs. They're like that. So they gave us a whole listing. You can't imagine people that we know, people that I know. They're like that. So we can come to that. So they got people are getting positive. People that are the elderly are getting positive. People are getting frustrated. This is how far we have to. I think we have to put this in consideration to think about. Let's work together. I don't need. My grandpa say that there's a place and there's a time for it to work together. You have to do that. So I'm very thankful. I just wanted to listen to you. I know that you had shown your emotion. That I need to know. I don't miss this. But just because he hadn't seen it, this traditional knowledge that was shared with us a long time ago. So with that, there's some people that I went to just visit them. Or Jay told that they say that mention this for us. If you can have time to speak to speaker, if you can have time spent to the Chief Justice and Adam President and then Vice President. Okay, if you have a time to talk to them, make sure you mention this weekend we can gather all these herbs that were shared with us a long time ago. That we can gather them, we can burn it Saturday morning. So if you want to join us, we can do that. If I'm Jay Todo, my dad, Jonah Yellowman, they came together Saturday. They mentioned this for us, that we'll be doing this. I want them to know we're supporting you with all this. We want to get rid of that too. So now that you have to see that's my second one. The third one is I wanted to ask a question to judicial and know that when it comes to this, I know with two branches, I thought you're supposed to come in a large. You were given that authority to lay down all the values, the principle. This is where it's supposed to be, and it's in the fundamental law. This is how you implement this policy. Whatever's been given to you, make sure it reaches from here to the where it's needed. I want to make sure it reaches those. That's the way that was given to us. And then with this whatever we have here was put in place where this is how we can use just like me giving a bow and arrow, put it here. So there's endorsement. This is the protocol. This is the principle. This is the standard. You had to put here, lay down, and then you had to use it. This is how it's going to be placed like that. So you see, it is how I would understand it. That they're using the fundamental law with this the 3-branch government. I'm very sure why there's a Chief Justice is not setting something like this to not to be on the side, but put some principle, make sure these don't need this is the time to do that. Where are they at? That's my question. Why? You're just looking at. I don't want to be on the side when it comes to this. The proposed legislation. You're just talking about that, but show the principle how it's supposed to be. Interpret that. But that's where you're lacking your job. I don't that the fourth one should sue President. I just want to know that I saw some of your project listing. If we can go with that, I didn't see $2.7 million for anyone's chapter. You know that we got together and we know that there was a construction ready, and then something happened that other money was given to other chapters. Of course, it was lacking that. There was ready projects. That even the operator, the person that's going to be running it, put in his application and letter of interest to run that. The most important from your division. Mr. J.T. Willie just mentioned that, saying that the most important thing, if we can be talking about economic development, you have to have an operator, a committed operator. They were on the line. I didn't see that project on there. And then the fifth one is to Ms. Warner and Mr. Barber. Can you elaborate on it? That I know that the word encumbered doesn't go with that funding to be encumbered by December 31st. I know that you said that it has to be executed. So does that mean that this executed means that the funding has to be executed and then the project has to be complete 100%? Is that what the interpretation is? That's my question. I don't know the speaker. I wanted to know that I wanted to do an amendment to legislation 0116-20. When is it possible? Is it due today, or is it going to be until it gets back onto Naabik'iyati? So it's already. I gave it to you. I gave it to Chief Legislative Counsel to Ado. And so that's all the question I have, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Before I go back to those individuals or questions to each, not only the President and Chief Justice, Ms. Warner and Ms. Barbara, let me go to one more individual and then I'll come back to everyone. So the next in the lineup is Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One thing that I would recommend is that, well, first of all, I agree with Delegate Crotty relating to the issue of the work group. Is it another layer of bureaucracy? Okay, we already have division directors out there and programs that already have their numbers. About three weeks ago, the President had a press release relating to what his programs needed. And why can't we just eliminate that work group and just go ahead and go into directly appropriating these monies to where the dollars need to go immediately? We get rid of the middleman, and then we move with the legislation. So that is just my recommendation. This working group may end up creating another layer of government bureaucracy. And I believe that's where we could move forward to get these dollars out. So that is just my recommendation. I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's go move on this. Hey there, what that? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. So with that, I don't know, Mr. President and Chief Justice, if you're on the line, there's a question. Ms. Warner, Ms. Barbara from Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana. I hope I'm not talking over anyone. I am going to answer the question about encumbrance, and then I am going to ask Jana Warner from DOJ to probably answer the same question, because right now it's a very important question. And let me just emphasize that I can only tell you what the law says now and what the guidance says now. I do know that there are efforts being made by both branches to work with Congress and Treasury to make some of their definitions and their rules more realistic and more usable. Right now, encumbrance does not satisfy the expenditure requirements of Title V of the CARES Act or the Treasury guidance. And when we use the term encumbrance, what that means is you put the dollars into a contract. That's when the funds are encumbered. But the CARES Act, Title V, speaks to the fact that the dollars have to be expended. What that means is that the goods or services have to be received and paid for by December 30th. Just being put into a contract will not satisfy the federal criteria. So now, Ms. Warner, do you want to add anything to that?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Vice President, delegates, staff, and guests, I would say I agree with Ms. Bobroff. Now, what we have to go on is the precise language of the Federal Act and the language of the Treasury guidelines. Encumbrance does not mean incurred. Incurred would mean, again, that the goods are received.
Can hear you.
Services.
We can hear you, Speaker.
Can you, Ms. Warner? Hold on. Staff, can you make sure that you're muting individuals that are not speaking, and everyone that's on the line? If you're not speaking, please make sure your phones are on mute. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree with Dana that encumbrance will not cut it under the language of the Federal Act or the language of the federal guidelines. And encumbrance means, I've got a contract here. I've contracted with ABC Construction to build a pipeline, and the funds are therefore encumbered. But the language of the Federal Act and the federal guidelines say that incurred means that the funds have to be incurred between March 1 and December 30. So the way we're looking at that is that means that services are delivered goods are received and they're paid for by December 30th. With respect to completion of a project, if it's paid for, that's one thing. But if we're only talking about a huge project, a long-term project, but we're using the CARES fund for only a portion, that's okay. But that portion has to be, if we're using CARES money, that portion, whatever we're using CARES money for that portion, the services have to be rendered and completed and paid for by December 30. Until we get any clarification or a difference of opinion from the Feds, U.S. Congress, or Treasury, that unfortunately is what we are stuck with today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warner. That, I don't know, Mr. President, I don't know if you're still on the line, or Madam Chief Justice, I know that there was a question to refer to both of you regarding Honorable Elmer Briguet's question.
Okay, Speaker, I'm here. This is Raquel Chi. I can address the question. Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Chi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Naabik'iyati Committee. The judicial branch appreciates the opportunity. However, Chief Justice won't be available for this discussion, but know that the branch is always willing to work collaboratively on any project that benefits Kitene. Eba hantani zengodo jooko alkitlandale nishkoshiat etole. Chiaj Honorable Briguet Asheha Adet na Adin Kid. When we developed our judicial branch proposal, we returned to our founding principles. Eba na Adin Kid. We returned to our founding principles when we were developing our budget. Our principles of Aron Sahakes Inado Sihisen. Abe IC ban Site Kes go di hot budget Elkita seat. That will be in response to Delegate Briguet's question. And we're here to answer any more questions as needed. Speaker.
Speaker, when there's time, give me time.
Okay, well, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I might have questions, I might have some comments. Just have to listen real good. That is additional Sagi Arnold for something that we had to do for the people, which should have been done back in maybe March or a long time ago. We should have already been ready, like the Navajos, always ready for certain things. We got caught in the, with what do you people say, with our shoes, I'll say shoes. Anyway, I always said that it's an ad that was.
You could put my name in. Jimmy Yellowhead. Thank you.
It came down from Congress with all this stipulation or whatever fancy words you can put on. So I in the past, since we started, I continually trying to refer all the funds over to the straight to the president to let him go by the act and then process the money accordingly. But to this day, we're still debating. Like I always said, this COVID-19 is not for debating. It's for action. It's out there. It's already here. That's why I always want to know why we're doing this and doing that. That we already have the laws within the act. We know, all of us, we know the needs of the people and
our area out there. We know it. That's why we're here as council delegates, and that's why we're here as division directors or legal counsel, and the president and the vice president. We know that we don't have to speak about it again and again and again. What we need to do is take care of it. Why do we have to go again like a broken record? All the things that we're saying is, that's why we're here. That's why we're elected. That's how I think. So we don't have to talk about it. So we're just burning daylight with all the things that we're saying all the time, day in, day out. So we believe the prayers of the people. Just get it done. So instead of them being waiting out there, I don't know how long now. So they're looking out over here trying to figure out what we're doing. So they're positive. You know that. So they're thinking elsewhere. We need to at least do something to get things done. So President instead of, we're using it as a Western way. These are when they know you're ready, you're parent right, with emotional, spiritual, and physically grown all in harmony in you, from your grandpa or your elderly and your mom and dad to go forward. With that, meaning that you're going to come back, and when you go forward, you're going to choose a woman or a man, whatever you're going to be, the side of the sex you are, and then raise your own kids accordingly to how you were raised. That's what it really means. And if all 100% of the people, the family did that, this would be like heaven. We would be all living in harmony, in a positive way of life. So, the president, I want you to understand this.
There's no heaven.
It's not love. There's no such thing as, as we're using the soft lives as on the no. We're talking about academic way of life, funds, and the materialistic things. A Western style. What do you mean by heaven? So this is really my argument with the whole Navajo Nation. We're going about a lot of stuff. It's interpreted wrongly back in the 50s or the 40s, and now we're teaching our kids with that in the NTU or the next college. So something has to be started off. I don't know.
Well, Eugene So?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, Eugene So, can you hear me?
Speaker Taldia Ulika.
I think we lost Honorable Eugene So on the line.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and Eugene So, you there? All right. There's no Eugene So. We'll probably come back to him. Honorable Eugene So, you there? All right. Well, let me go down then to Honorable Monica. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, also the President, the Vice President, Dana and
the Justice Department and Judicial Branch. I just want to reiterate what Delegate Otto and Delegate Karate said. I think we need to expedite this process. Just look at the document that we got. Division of Social Service already requested for $50 million, and it's already ready to go. And then the Judicial Branch just went ahead and gave us what they need. So I think a lot of programs, a lot of departments and outside agencies already have what they need. So I think we just need to work with them so that they are in proper order with the budget process and all that. That's what they need so they can prepare themselves. We're just going to be going through the process again if we go with a work group. And the other concern I have has to do with the Judicial Branch. The most they could do this morning was to give us the needs of their branch. That's the most they can do as far as I'm concerned. I'm really concerned that we might put them in a compromising situation because this can get very political. And what I mean by that is that I think the executive branch and the legislative branch have the responsibility of carrying out the concerns of the nation. I think the judicial branch is there if there's any complaints or any litigation. And I think if any of these requests or whatever we're going through, if it ever gets to litigation, if it comes before the judicial branch, I feel like they have to recuse themselves. So I think we need to keep them out of the process. Yeah, we can address the needs of the judicial branch. That's the most we can do. But to put them in a political arena, I'm just very concerned about that. I don't know if our Chief Legislative Counsel can respond to that, and also the Justice Department. But I think we need to just start submitting the request, because I think as delegates, we already know the needs of our people from our respective chapters. I think we just need to become better acquainted with the process and start submitting the request. I think that would be the fastest way to get through this process, instead of just continuing to talk. And yeah, it's good to say what they did, and that's what we've been saying, and we all know that they're suffering. But what do we do about the suffering? And here we have $600 million to do something about it. Here we still are not to the point of where we're actually helping the people. We need to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nick, for that information, for those words and those thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm back, Eugene.
Let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. He's back.
Somebody cut me off, Mr. Speaker. So I'll stop and straight away to end to conclude this. I agree with Claudia regards to putting somebody in there again and go on talking another round. But I think it's not that the issue. Like we're saying, we need to get rid of this money right away, right now. We need to get the people help the people out there. We already know what the help is. They need all the. I don't know. Two things I really stress across the Navajo Nation is, I don't know how, maybe Dr. Yellowhair might suggest the chapter to get all the people that have earned debt or burnouts on the Navajo Nation. You know, if we get them first, it would be good. When this year we can build a house with them by December for them, or maybe get a trailer or something. Those are all in need. They're all burned out. They've been waiting forever, but might be a good time to get the house back to them so they can move out of their mom or their sister. And another thing is that the second one is all the bathroom that needs repair needs to be considered also top priority, because there are all restrooms out there that needs to be repaired. That's the NTA, whoever needs to be pushed that one too. So we need the chapter managers or chapter officials to see if you can get all the numbers on it in the right away, like yesterday. So we need that. So I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry if I did say something that kind of altered your mind. I'm sorry. So then my thinking sometimes back in the old days when I grew up. So it been go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you much. And so with that, I don't know if there's any other comments, but it seems like this. What we're working towards right now is a possibility of having this legislation come back this coming Thursday at Naabik'iyati committee, and that's what we can definitely. I know the president asked to have him and his office review the recommendation on merging the two legislations, and then from that point, we can give them some time at Nabi, give some time to discuss this, and then more importantly, have further debate there, and really try to get this thing completed if that's a recommendation solution from this work session. And I hear that that's what there's recommendations to do that. So, colleagues, that's what we can do, and definitely have further debate moving up. So, if there was further responses to that, we can definitely start having a special session this coming Friday too as well.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith here too.
Vice Chair, I didn't hear the first individual.
Speaker, I think we had Chairman So on first. I'll go after him.
Chairman Daniel, so go ahead, Chairman, and then I'll go back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
I'll first yell at her.
Okay, Speaker Damon, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, and Ms. Chi from the judicial branch, as well as colleagues of the Naabik'iyati committee, as well as DOJ staff attorneys and Chief Legislative Counsel. I just have a question. The Navajo teachings and the philosophy, yes, we all are abiding by this as we go forward. Number one, CMY-44-20 seems to be higher up on the legislative ladder, and to the point of getting unanimous council vote, line item veto. We've gotten past the NABI to override. Then it just seems like, and my question is basically to Chief Legislative Counsel. In the mapping out the steps forward, would it be legislatively correct to do an override by the council, then immediately use the amendments that are being proposed with 0116 to be used to amend CMY-44-20? Would that be the aspect? Or in this case, I really don't understand the action of merging. So we let the line item veto stand and we just merge. Is that the what's being mapped out today, this morning. But the other way I see it as, like I said, CMY-44 is higher up in the legislative ladder, and it just seems like that's the one that the council needs to take action on, and then immediately thereafter, then we do the amendments as proposed within 0116, and then merge it into CMY-44-20. A legislative roadmap that we should be taking, and otherwise it seems like we let the line item veto stand. And for me, that's something that I think is improper and almost to the point of being illegal. So that is the part, and it's no way to Johateya Koje the Nick Echo the Behas on the Hotel A Hazoe Nasol Tatole Hazoe Ashine di Kahad Trende Kunda Kujip Behas on the Adnihitatos and Neligi. So I see the neck etcher in Taha case not Gito to ICA Keho Hadaliata Navajo Nation Code also so the Nene it has gone the height yet the ne the Kahot need or the Sigi Quakish without Catatalia. The Cocodon, the 8 adult Zigi, ye Hadadi La, U.S. Cavalry, to Quaki, to Treaty of 1868, AD, without a Digit or a Kahon of Eid or late. Jun Shadin needed this cheat, aid you see the Yehadat nation code. So without yes, so Baha Street or lake. So squeezes on his kids and Quaggy his DD give his on the Keho. Capitalia, I can Joe. On at that the Catholic Quaggy Cato, neither kiddie, not adolescent. Certainly, Cecilia Speaker Dana.
Thank you very much for that question, Chairman So. And that was a question that was that hasn't been brought up in some of the recommendations and overall questions. I think that collectively is being needed to be talked about. So I can go refer to Department of Justice and Ms. Barbara or Ms. Barbara to explain and answer that question regarding the line item veto of CMY-44-20. So Ms. Barbara or Ms. Warner, I don't know if you want to clarify that, and I know that in the recommendation for that merger, I think was explained earlier that if they were merged together, that would be one possible way that line item veto would be corrected.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana. I'll start first. Okay. In my view, CMY 44-20, as Chairman So said, because the CARES Navajo Nation CARES Fund was established in a statute in Title 12. I do believe I agree with the hierarchy. There were two ways to approach this as far as what we'll say merging the two legislations. One was to merge into 116. The other way would be to merge into CMY-44-20. What I produced was merging into 116 because it was legislation that was already in front of council and being debated. CMY-44-20, it would need to make amendments to merge into it. There would need to be new legislation dropped. But let me just point out, it could go either way. 116, the merger into 116 was drafted in such a way so that it still works if the override does, if council does not pass the override. This merger will still work. If council passes the override, it works even better. Or I think more completely. So that is the choice, or that is the reason why 116 was amended as opposed, or was amended to merge as opposed to CMY-44-20. If it is the desire of council, after action is taken on the override of CMY-44-20, legislation could be dropped that merged this in to move it as fast as 116. It would need to be emergency legislation. But so either way is doable. That is the reason for the choice. So as I said, this merged legislation will work if the override is passed, and it will also work if the override is not passed. And the reference to the majority is language to CMY-44-20 that does not reference line item vetoes or overrides. So I tried to keep it it's even killed and try to, from a practical stance, look at the fastest scenario. But I can do both. I could certainly draft up the same type of amendments to CMY-44-20. Thank you, Speaker. I think that's what I can elaborate on right now.
Ms. Warner, I don't know if you had anything else to add on to that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Bobroff for all of her work on this. I think she's done an excellent job in this red line we're looking at, trying to be true to the portions of CMY-44-20 that were not vetoed, and to be true to the portions of 0116. So first of all, I want to say good job to Ms. Bobroff. That said, I agree with the delegate in that I think when we talk about merging, I think it's confusing to use the word merge. The way I would look at it, Mr. Speaker and honorable delegates, is this. What we're looking at today is we know that 0116 is a piece of legislation now before council, or actually, and also NABI. So if we look at Ms. Bobroff's red line and treat that, when you rephrase it the way you're supposed to, and treat that as an amendment to 0116, we can get that through council. And CMY-44-20 is already passed. And without talking about the line item veto, we know that most of CMY-44-20 is valid law. So oftentimes what we do in situations like this, and I go back to the Sahasan Fund, there is legislation that created the Sahasan Fund, and then later we had expenditure plans. So it seems like council could leave CMY-44-20 as is and look at this red line that we're talking about as an amendment to 116. Then we wouldn't have to, as Dana says, it's totally the pleasure of council, but you wouldn't have to drop new legislation and deal with the delay. You could move forward. And then, as Ms. Bobroff says, whatever happens to the line item veto, whether it is or is not overridden, and what that effect is, it does not affect the language of 116. Ms. Bobroff, I think, was very careful to include in 116 only those provisions from CMY-44-20 that were not vetoed. So if we set aside the word merger, just look at 116, which is currently before NABI and Council. Look at Dana's red line. Use that as an amendment to 116. And then CMY-44-20 stands as is. And so that could be the most efficient way to do this without passing new legislation. I hope that clarifies something. I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarification from both you, Ms. Warner and Ms. Barbara. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So I know that there's a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those members of the NABI committee, president and vice president. We leave CM-44-20 alone and we adopt 0116. So then they'll become statute. And if it's not vetoed, will there be, going forward, conflicting statutory language in the implementation of the CARES Act expenditures? Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Great question. We'll go back to Ms. Barba or Ms. Warner.
Thank you, Speaker. I tried very hard to make sure that there would be no conflicting, that the two would not conflict, that they complement. But a second set of eyes is always helpful. So I would very much like to hear the Department of Justice's response on that.
Ms. Warner, you still there?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes. As I tried to say earlier, I think that Ms. Bobroff has been clear in these amendments to 116, there is nothing in the amendments to 116 that conflicts with whatever is already law as passed by CMY 44-20. The portions that were line item vetoed by the president, they do not come into play with the amendments to 116. So there is no conflicting language between 116 as written and what has already been passed validly under CMY 44-20. Whatever happens with the president's veto does not affect the language of 116.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Speaker, I would like to add that I was also very careful to establish that if council overrides the veto of CMY 44-20, these amendments to 116 still work. They still complement CMY 44-20 establishing the statute is still the hierarchy. It's still the statute. So, thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you for that clarity. Again, let me go ahead and move on. I don't know if Chairman So, you had an additional follow-up, but if you don't, I got Vice Chair Smith waiting in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll let little brother Smith have his time to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker, and also delegates that are on board, and also DOJ, our Legislative Council, Executive Branch, President, Vice President, staff. I know we're really in depth in talking about legislation 11620. It comes to mind, when are we going to ever get money like this? We got $600 million to spend, and we're just sitting on it. However, if you look at Section 3, authorizing immediate measures, we're just handed that $50 million right off the bat. It's not us compromise and just say Section 3, the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the immediate of $600,559,500 pennies. Let's put it in there like that. We all get in line. That we're not bickering about this. If you look at this, I get a lot of questions on it. Why is this setting precedence? Why is that already here? Why is it just going to the now? Where is our? Yet we're taking out a portion and have the council bless it to really dollar down there.
Vice Chair Smith.
We can't
Vice
hear
Chair
Smith.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, at any rate, I don't know where I broke off at. Section 3 really bothers me and bothers a lot of people. Why not just let 500?
Vice Chair Smith, you're still breaking up in and out.
Okay, Speaker, with all due respect, request to have that amendment. I don't know how to go about that, but when it comes to Nabi, if it does get directed at Nabi, I'd like to request to do that the amendment that I was just talking about. I know I'm breaking up, so without further ado, yeah.
Vice Chair Smith, can you email that amendment suggestion to myself and Ms. Barbara? And then we can handle that for you and get whatever you need ready.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, Honorable Yellow Hair, you still on the line?
Oh, yeah. Last Speaker, thank you very much. And all my colleagues are on the line pertaining to this care and funding. You should be we're having worry about excuse and behind. Those are already passed. Let's move on to spend this money. Those proposals should, as they come, should be processed through everyone, whoever wants to apply, instead of saying, this is not in there, that's a good idea, that's not Navajo Way plan. I myself, that I already submit $45 million into legislations already. This is pertaining to Black Mesa mini mill water line projects, already in the process. Hopefully I'll get this on too. Next is I have another $1.5 million is a water too. It's in the Arabi water, is also pertaining to Black Mesa. This is also submissions to legislation office in Window too. And for your example, Ani, you should for 50 plus years, we're all forgotten. The Navajo Nation can't help because of NPL. And, those regulations apply from under a federal government. And federal government can't even afford it to take care of this NPL. We are so behind. Windmills needs to be repaired. The very white valley. So this is pertaining to COVID-19. During winter time, bad weather, the invalid, policeman, first responders can't get in there. So, what's that process? The division director, no question. Also, was crowded too. Let's take care and move on. Use the division director instead of using another task force. We don't want to play this politics too. Let's move on with this. Not only the initial that she had Jacob Edwards, she started. There's candy because not only that's shown the share on his on the house. He got what that is. He didn't nap back with the but this to the Speaker Damon. How does she get? Honorable Nan, thought now she get Vice President Mr. Lizer, to she answer. She get Machina on that and she not so yeah, thank you very much. God bless each one of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair, for the recommendations and also your comments representing colleagues with that. Again, it seems the recommendations has been one to mobilize to utilize the methods that not only Ms. Barbroff has created, but also the creation or that Ms. Warner has concurred with in possible solution. I know that the President did indicate that he just received that information earlier, and him and his team will review that information. And what we can do is, again, invite individuals to Nabi on Thursday. If it's the will of the committee to bring this legislation back, as we know, 116-20, to discuss it at that time. This can all be talked about, and also other recommendations for amendments. Again, there's still also the legislation for, as another suggestion for the override legislation that was on board with, I guess, moving forward with possible amendments that are still on the same scenario. But as indicated, through the president's request this morning, is trying to find a compromise, and that's why we're here today. Is if there's anything we wanted to know what 116 all entailed, what CMY-44-20 was looking like, and how that law is created in statute now, and finding a way forward. And I hear that in everyone's voice. Is trying to find a way forward and getting legislation created that we can cross that finish line and get this the second step. Now, remember, we're still on the first step in creating the expenditure plan, or actually not the expenditure plan, but more the fund management plan. The second step is still including the expenditure plan. And as indicated, again, there's that $50 million that is a 116 that would be first appropriation from the CARES Act that can be utilized once that is signed into law, and get that out the door, specifically for our a lot of our frontline workers that are out there really trying to make that change and difference in helping our people. So, again, colleagues, that's something that I leave it in your hands and getting that ready. And if there's any amendments like Vice Chair Smith has recommended, please do not hesitate to reach out to Dana or myself so we can go ahead and really get something working together and collaborating in that and being ready for these amendments that would be coming forth either at Nabi or at Council. So again, thank you. I don't have anybody else in the queue right now, but this has been a good discussion. Before I close it out, I'll give some time over to the President for final comments. Maybe the Vice President might be on too as well. It seems like we won't hear from the Chief Justice today, but we can go ahead and make sure that I can reach out to her and see if she's willing to at least come on with some kind of open dialogue on Thursday, colleagues, after this teleconference call today. And then from that point, we can go ahead and see the base in charge of what we need to do, again, to really try to pull recommendations forth that will be at Nabi and will be at Council, because there is two legislations at the end of the day that we still need to discuss, and those two legislations are 116 and then 130 or 130-20. So I think I got one more individual from Nabi who just now texted me, who's looking to speak, and then I'll go from there over to the President and Vice President. Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I guess looking at the way I saw 115 as we began was to create an expenditure plan. And that is the first phase of how the dollars could be utilized, and that was the road that the council the council was on. And as 116 came forth, it spoke to policy and it spoke to an immediate expenditure plan. Without the three groups that is recommended to recommend an expenditure plan. So looking at this, from my views as a delegate, our job is to set policy. And the policy at 115 is law to a certain degree now. And I believe this legislation should have been just an immediately and an expenditure plan. This legislation should have been geared into that direction. But apparently this legislation, 116, before it was amended, it wanted to do both. So in the meantime, right now, I do support the effort of coming to coming to the middle. And we do know that somewhere we have to compromise, and that is just my whole take on this. But I look forward to whether DOJ said don't utilize a merger, but combining. It's probably the same thing, but 115, 116. And as long as the two statute, the statute of 115 does not compromise this current law again. But at the bottom line, at the bottom of it, we're looking at to try to get these monies out. Like I indicated, let's go ahead and put in the request from the judicial branch and the legislative branch into this legislation as I immediately infuse these dollars that's needed out there. And then once we pass this, maybe next week we can start convening to get the other division directors to come in, because we haven't got community development numbers. Community development has not provided us any type of solid numbers of how much dollars they need, and the chapters need dollars out there. Department of Agriculture, I have not seen anything relating to farming dollars or ranching dollars. How are we going to infuse some dollars into that organization? Let's go ahead and move forth on this and try to do something and complete this by the end of the week. I will propose an amendment, and I'll go ahead and propose my amendment and get the information to Dana and to yourself, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the two new individuals to the queue now, Madam Chair Charles Newton and then Honorable Keon Begay. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Shahat Shatilla. I'm sorry, I was listening through the whole committee meeting and listening to the comments and the suggestions being provided. The one question that I have is, if we have ideas on how much money should be going to different departments, and then also if we have some suggestions, does it have to go through the form of a legislation, or do we make amendments on the floor? I believe another delegate asked that question, and I don't think it was answered. But I think what I would like to see is if we can do an immediate payment, or if we could allow at least $5 million to Department of Public Safety right away. I would really appreciate that, because our officers are still there's still questions about their pay, our first responders. Of that $4 million that was put aside for BIA, if that BIA gave, they only got $3 million, and that's not a lot when you think about the first responders' pay, and then also the special duty pay. So if there's a way that we can immediately, like by the end of this week, get DPS at least $5 million into their account, because we know that DPS is going to be getting a big chunk of this money anyway. I would appreciate us having that conversation, or us moving on that action. If not today, then, like I said, hopefully right away, because, again, they are still having issues with their pay. I am speaking as Chairwoman for Law and Order Committee in that our officers, our first responders, need to get paid. The other question was the first question that I posed, which is, if we have suggestions, do we wait for it to get to NABI and make amendments at that point? Or should we have a plan in place already, written out and in the draft of a legislation? If you can provide me some guidance on that, Speaker, so I know how to proceed forward. Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to answer your question, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Barbara. What you would do is probably work together with Ms. Barbara to get an amendment, and that amendment can definitely be put into legislation 116-20, and that would be an immediate appropriation if that was signed off or passed by council, and then moving forward in the president's signature. It would just be an immediate amendment. If that was something you're looking for to officially fund or actually appropriate right out the door, rather than waiting for an expenditure legislation. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dana.
Thank you, Speaker. So as I'm thinking about the maybe simplest way to do this is we will prepare amendments for each of the delegates who request them, as well as the big amendment that combines the two legislations. And then the individual delegates can make their amendments to that. I think that would be the simplest approach. As far as the immediate expenditures, yes, those could be added. But I will tell you that right now, all of the expenditures, the immediate expenditures, right now are going to the Department of Health, actually to the Health Incident Command Center. So all of those, that's where they're going. So the amendments that you would wish to make, Council, most probably, you will need to either keep them under the Health Incident Command or identify what program they're going to go with, and also we'll need some description of what the purposes are. But I think we could do it that way, Speaker. I think it's doable. You also have legislation 0132-20, which is eligible for action on the 17th, which I guess is Wednesday. It goes to HES and then BNF and then NABI, and that adopts special duty pay expenditure, PPE expenditure, and facility safety expenditures. So we can work all this out, Speaker. Thank you.
Right. So I guess the direct response is to you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton is just reach out to Dana, and then there's a couple of different options. And at that time, whichever option comes up first, or that you feel is best, then you can go ahead and move down that path.
Speaker, this is Elmer.
Hold on, Honorable Elmer Begay. I have Honorable Keon Begay next, and then Honorable Otto So, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Keon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. We'll move on down. I'll come back to you, Che. Get back online. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, thank you very much. The other thing, too, is we have to make sure that the controller's request is in there also in the first wave. The reason why is that we need the extra people there to process and process these payments at the controller's office. And I believe the controller's request was speaking to making the immediate payouts relating to the special duty pay on the for public safety, the first responders, and the essential employees. So we have to make sure that the controller's request is in there so that she can make those requests go through, because I believe she did indicate and speak to verifying these hours that these first responders and the essential employees work. And I believe, I'm not too sure if I'm correct, but I believe when the pandemic started, they were vetting, or they were vetting the hours that was deemed work by the employees, whether they're public safety, first responder, or essential employees. But they have to verify them, and I believe the way I understood it was that the month of March was completed. And the month of April is in process. So we need to that way, if we can have the controller's office request in there, so that we can go ahead and she can go ahead and release and direct these payments out to the essential workers, the first responders, the Navajo police officers, and so forth. Because we tried to infuse dollars, $2.4 million. To the public safety, but at one point the legislation was line item vetoed, and that was the very reason why is to address the special duty pay. But we have to keep that in mind and get our first responders paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Speaker, thank you for that again. I asked a question earlier regarding the amendment to legislation 116-20. I made the amendment, and I was ready to do that when we had the Naabik'iyati, but we went into table motion. So right now it's still the I believe Dana has it, and then also Mr. Manuel Rico has it. So is there when is the best time to do that? Is it going to be on Nav again, or is it going to be is it possible to do it still? That's my question.
Ms. Barba, we can answer that, but
Thank you. Yes, Delegate Begay, it is possible to still do that, and I would recommend that you do that at Nabi.
Speaker, then there was another question that I had to the President that I wanted to know that Indian Wells 2.7, I saw it listing, so I wanted to know that why Indian Wells, if he says that he's looking at construction ready. That's my question.
Okay. I don't know if, Mr. President, if you're on the line right there. The question referred to you by Honorable Elmer Begay. Or Mr. Vice President. Or if there's anybody on the president.
The valley, you bought the valley. You know if they had any of that show jail protection?
If not, Honorable Elmer Begay, when the president comes back on, I'm sure someone from OPVP is listening in. They can ask the president to address that question and moving forward and going down that path to get that response back to you regarding the $2.7 million project that's there at Indian Wells. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. If there is...
Speaker, I have a follow-up.
Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then it seems like there's a path forward or a couple of recommendations that still is going to be debated at Nabi, and I think some of these questions and recommendations we're going to be still discussing there as well. So I don't want to go around into some circles, but there is recommendations and possible amendments that you have been notified to myself and to Ms. Barbroff that you'll go ahead and be making. So we'll make sure that those will be getting worked on with her team there at the legislative offices. And then from that point, again, colleagues, I will make sure that we give some time over to the president meeting on Tuesday. Along with give some time over to Madam Chief Justice to sort of like some. So let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then it seems like the president's on. Just make sure that staff make sure that there's nobody muted. Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go to the president for closing remarks after that. Mr. Honorable Otto So, go ahead and go.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Again, the other is that the component of our tribal enterprises, I guess, where can we fit them in? And, this is a whole puzzle that we have to put together. And this is the reason why we're asking these questions, that a lot of the components of the Navajo Nation enterprises, the offices, the chapters, the entities that deals directly with the Navajo Nation, even with burial assistance, things like that, they're not in the component. And that's the reason why we ask these questions. And I really, really, really hope that we could have everybody in this funding relating to the CARES Act. So that is just my goal, and like I said, we have here till now to Thursday, Friday to get this to finish up the work here. whatever happens. But if this compromise moves well and our president agrees to it, it sounds like the Chief Justice, the judicial branch is okay with either way. That's just what I'm getting, and we can finish this up by Friday, or even call it Friday and Saturday, and call a special session Friday and Saturday. Iron it out throughout the weekend. That way we can finish it up, and the president can sign it into law right after it's we pass this legislation. And that's how fast we can move on this. But that's the other issue too. I don't know how long it's going to take when we send it across. Usually it takes 10 days, and that's another issue. But I would like to see this legislation to be signed immediately, right after the Navajo Nation Council passes the legislation, so that we can go ahead and get these dollars out to the Navajo, get the expenditure process to begin. So, thank you very much.
Oh, with that, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, let me go ahead and go to Mr. President. You're on now.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I was on mute, so I was unable to respond to the questions. We would appreciate copies of delegates' amendments. That way, the process could be done quicker, because I think that's what we're wanting to do. If that is transparent, then we could be able to give our thoughts on those amendments. Those that get introduced at the Naabik'iyati committee. But right now, the legislation before you, 116-20, is sufficient until we know what those amendments are. So if they can be shared with us, Speaker, through Dana, it would expedite the process. If you are wanting the executive branch and the judicial branch's take on those amendments. And overall, I appreciate the words of urgency for the bill to move forward and to get the expenditure plan packaged up. And let's get moving on spending $600 million, but a tight timeline. But I'm confident that we do have the division directors, and some of that money could also be used to bring in some experts to help guide us in getting these projects complete. So, yeah, and not to complicate the process, when we do too many amendments, it gets pretty complex. So, if we could get a overview of those comprehensive amendments, it would even be better. Meaning that amendments all be put onto one before introduction to NABI as an amendment. So that's all I'll say, and thank you for all those comments, and I think we're headed in the right direction, sir. Speaker and members of the council, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We can do that as soon as Ms. Barbroff gets requests. I think that there was 3 requests, possibly Vice Chair Smith, and Chair Charles Newton and Honorable Otto So. Maybe might be some other ones, but that's something definitely we can look at to making sure that once we receive that information, just in the point of transparency, especially on this legislation, to send that information over to your office as quickly as they're completed, so that there'll be a discussion. I mean, if there's any kind of discussion that needs to be on any of those amendments, that's something that we can have at that time individually with the delegate or with the Speaker's office, Mr. President. So again, thank you everyone for being a part of this discussion. And everybody who's listening in on the World Wide Web, we're discussing legislation 116-20 and CMY-44-20, legislations that are both enacting to create a Navajo Nation Cares fund management plan. And this is something that it seems it's been an urgency to get into law. It's been an urgency to pass, and just I thank you, Mr. President, for being open to this discussion with my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. To the members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, I thank you for your questions, and most importantly, the overall concerns that you have and have had in place to bring to the table. And to the staff from the judicial branch, thank you very much being a part of the discussion today and making sure that your voice is not lost. And we do recognize that. I have recognized that. And I think we're moving towards that urgency of making sure that we can definitely move forward on that. So again, I thank you very much, Mr. President. And I do have one more of my colleagues that'd like to speak. And again, we are looking forward to bringing this back. It looks like as early as this coming Thursday, and then getting it off the tabling motion and having further discussion on it, and making sure that that is a possibility that we need to go ahead and move forward. The Speaker's office will again work together to try to see if there's enough individuals that are available for Friday's special session. And if that's something we can do, we'll make sure that that's officially announced by Wednesday. So again, thank you, everyone. So before we have a final direction, let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and then we go ahead and close it out. Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, Speaker, though, colleagues, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, although presenters, though, each of the presenters from the three branches, although listeners, audience, our people, our relatives, our local leaders, the different groups that are out there, organizations that have taken an interest in today's discussion. Just wanted to express my appreciation to everyone that has been a part of this discussion today, because without this discussion, we wouldn't have gotten our questions answered or clarifications, or even start to begin to see the path that leads forward, the path with the least resistance. We wouldn't get this far. We're not taking our time. We're not dragging our feet. We are doing this due diligence. But let's take that way and let's step forward, but still a step at a time. Other my colleagues, the three branches, the GHA, were very familiar with what authorities that lie in each branch, what their primary functions, duties, responsibilities are. Then the law. For I see a lot of the sheet of the yada and coaching better husband. I don't add than the cohort eight of the snow at the Schneider. Quite a honey, though the national is the checks and balances that we have to be mindful of. But we are the advocates, that we're the representatives, the legislators, the appropriators that have been elected to do this very important job, just like with the president and vice president. Though of course the courts, the judicial branch, as advocates, representatives, and legislators and appropriators. In any of those functions, it's not meant to where we can share that. It's not meant to where we can give it to somebody else and they do a good job with it. It's meant for us to utilize, to exercise and responsibly carry those functions forward and use the authorities appropriately. Listening to myself, so deep in Yena, even Yena Ani Danchilia, Akoda Abada Haski, not Ado Ordinary Yagi, so the amendments by Yati for the legislations that we discussed today, the various areas we want to amend. Of course, Mr. President, and be mindful that this legislation 116 belongs to council. You support it, you give it the guidance, and you can represent it, so forth. But just don't hear me, Johalia. Adebanda, either corner, Naabik'iyati, John Chido, a quaggy did, Naabik'iyati, Shinantako. So, Ishi, Naabik'iyati, Banaho, Jishin, amendments are the data, not a later list, other council session, though, the Bana, Ashan, the Tahati, no, she, the Kodo, in Chicago. The Bishpas and the General given that could actually take the needs and all this. So the Bantas of the Shinantako. Although Shaho Agi, Mr. Speaker, again, the presenters and the leadership that's on this call today, by chance, Kodo, Katahati, the Chisan Sa, Wendaho, Ahoji, Hotela, Kodo, Kedo, Ada, Hashiado, Shin, a Hatnenigate, Egotena, that need in Wishipenanta, so that sound, I don't know how that a put the Bahasi, hot out a Nikatologish, a hotel, hot end, Ashin. But they need to get out of in the fancy by a deal to bears on by the Willia. A call what a best of her, Nijawalia, Gishi, got out battery to hot air cost, and that has the sound. The net and then they did chapters at the 80 such a day deal is out for the John Niki, 8 of a lot so. Coach 8 Gona is she quite Atpa Bayadahi Jato Lisan, so Naabik'iyati, a cut air cough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, for that suggestion, and always good to hear your comments and your guidance. So with that, again, colleagues, as indicated, that legislation from Honorable Vice Chair Walker 116 is right now belongs to the council, and that discussion will further be held. And as the requesting individual, Vice Chair Walker, motion to have this work session, Speaker's office made sure that it was as soon as possible according to Honorable Kealan Begade's directive. And again, thank everyone for being a part of this discussion here today. Thank you very much to the President's office for being a part of this. I know the Chief Justice wasn't here today, but thank you, Ms. Shi, and to your leadership there at the Judicial Branch. Most importantly, very thank you to our staff, Ms. Warner and Ms. Barbara, for leading the way in these technical needs in order for us to get appropriate language and everything into these bills and into the legislation in order for them to help our people out there. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, but most importantly, what we can do is, again, we will be discussing this, and it seems like we will be discussing this most likely as early as this coming Thursday. When that does come to fruition, please, if there's any kind of amendments that you're looking at making at that time, forward them over to Ms. Barbrock, and Ms. Barbrock can forward them over to the President and their Legislative Council, Mr. Levon Henry, so that they can review that in advance to their team and see if there's any questions. So we can go ahead and have that. And that was a request from the President here, as you heard earlier. So if there's nothing else, what we can do, again, this was at the end. We only had this one discussion on the item, but we did have a number of different questions, and also really turned a source of recommendations on how the plan could be moved forward, and also questions on legislation themselves and how all 3-4 legislations are actually entwined together, and possibly recommendations for that one solution and those amendments. And it seems like that's something that most likely will be presented before us on Thursday. So if there are no other comments, questions, what we can do, again, is thank the President. I don't have anybody else who's texted me. Thank the Vice President. Thank, again, the Chief Justice and their team. Ms. C for leading the charge over there today. And again, thank you for all the staff's participation.
Speaker, this is Delegate Self.
Yes.
I just would like to maybe see what is the President thinking about the chapters. Where do they fit into the plan? You know, maybe just to get his mindset on that, because that's, I think, on every delegate's mind. You hear like Honorable Kealan Begay talking. I speak from the 5 chapters, and those chapters have populations. Each delegate has a population margin. I just want to see maybe if the President can expand on what he wants to do with the expenditure at the chapter level. You know, I'll quit this. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I don't know if you're on the line still, but there was a question referred you from Honorable Otto So. So I'll go ahead and leave it up to you.
Oh, thank you, President. Speaker, members of the committee, and Delegate So, your question, we haven't gotten to the expenditure plan. There are a lot of water line projects out there that are construction ready. We're looking at funding for bathroom additions, funding for water line extension, power line extensions at the local communities. And remember, we're trying to focus here on project readiness. And those projects are right now being vetted by the executive branch. But when it comes to the expenditure plan, our goal is to package that up, right, with the 12-member group as technical advisors, as experts, and then comes to the council. And the focus here is construction-ready projects. So chapters are a part of that discussion, as well as the immediate expenditure of $50.5 million, paying the chapter staff for hazard pay and getting the PPEs to the chapters, senior centers, CHRs. So much of the expenditures, a lot of it, deals with local chapter projects and local chapter employees. So I appreciate that question, Delegate. So, Speaker, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Okay,
Speaker,
that.
this is Speaker. This is Delegate Yellow Hair. Daniel So after Yellow Hair.
Well, Yellow Hair, then Chairman Daniel So. Go ahead.
No, Speaker, to my colleague. As I listen to my President Lance, I thought the team do you the Lanson. She been from a White Valley, from Hard Rock Opinions. That got to be one of those. And so, she did clinic. Let's be flexible and let's bring these our needs as they come. As it only don't everything I should discuss not only she crowd about this cottage. I think we should work together. Speaker, I don't see Vice President. I was not DOJ, attorneys, legislative council, and other staff. Thank you for just a time. It's all intelligent. That thank you very much. Statement.
Oh, on the Yellow Hair, thank you very much. Let me go on to Chairman Daniel So.
Chairman Otto Sanantai. Cicadas to the nasty kids and the craggy Sato on this cake. Speaker, you had put out the 10 alternatives. Have you gotten any response from members of the Nabi committee on which plan they would prefer to move forward with? I, for myself, like the first three alternatives. With water lines and power lines, and then, of course, the broadband telecommunications aspect to be included. Those are the main priorities I think we really need to move forward with. So if we could, I don't know how we would go forward, maybe a poll, much like the chipmonkey survey, to go forward to get some committee priorities established. I'd really be on firmer ground in that respect. So, Speaker, Chairman, thank you for letting me put that perspective on the table. Go back on mute.
Thank you, Chairman. There has been recommendations from your colleagues, our colleagues, and we did put those together, and there was some suggestions, and more importantly, through all the comments that were discussed continually, putting that together. And we are looking at also the suggestions that are on legislation, the public comments that are on legislation 116-20 as well. And as the president indicated, or what I indicated to the president earlier, before this meeting, the expenditure thoughts and ideas are pretty much almost similar to each other, and I think that's just the overall goal right now is to say, okay, let's get past this first step and let's move on down to try to finalize what we need to do in order to get some of these dollars out. I know that in the immediate concern for our frontline workers, I don't think there's any debate about the first $50-odd million, whether it be in the new legislation that is dropped and sponsored that's outside of 116-20, or if it's the appropriations that are identified in 116-20. I think that there's that overall understanding on both sides of actually even on all sides of the branches, that we need to get those funds out to some of our first responders immediately. So again, to answer your question, they have been, and those are ones that we're working with, and that's the one that actually was being drafted or is currently in markup. Right now, the Speaker's office working together with Ms. Barbara. The thing about it is we're just trying to finalize with each and every one of those individual entities that have presented to us, just like NTUA, IHS, Water Management Branch for the water lines, and then also on the power line portion too as well. We're trying to make sure that those numbers are accurate in making the formal approach. Those numbers are final. So we have reaching out to them, and we are working with those individuals to finalize each and every one of them. And not only that, their budgets for the other recommendations are other entities that are trying to get the recommendation for some drawdowns of those funds. So that's what the Speaker's office and the staff is actually doing right now, is reaching out to each and every one of those presenters and finalizing some of that information, and making sure that that these items that were presented to council over that 2.5 week period, or almost 3 week period, was making sure that those are all fit into what the Treasury Department's suggestions were and suggested expenditures were. And as you know, and Ms. Barbara has reiterated time and time again, is that we got to make sure that we know we're covering ourselves and trying to finalize expenditures, but these expenditures need to be, especially the ones that are on the border of, need to be fully justified in order for them to meet those requirements without having any future audit findings. And us, God forbid, anything had to happen on some of these expenditures where the nation would have to eventually pay back in the future. So, but answer that question, Chairman Daniel. So,
follow-up question. This immediate appropriation and the other items that the other delegates have basically wanted to include for OOC, for public safety, those would, I guess, establish that an appropriation can move forward without being part of an expenditure plan. Is my view, Ms. Bobroff and Ms. Lauren, is that what, I guess my question is that what I'm seeing? That these appropriations would go without an expenditure plan, but immediately move to an appropriation?
Ms. Barbara, I guess, could you, let me just follow up on that with, I guess there's two avenues. One of them is in 116 and the other one was in, I forget what the legislation number is, the one that we're sponsoring or are sponsoring, that was in reference to immediate action over the past weekend on that Sunday call.
Yes. Speaker, this is Dana. The way that 116 came across was that the immediate expenditures will not have an accompanying expenditure plan. So additions would work the same way. Essentially, it's waiving the expenditure plan requirement. I think that's not the best approach as far as protecting the nation from future audits. But those expenditures in 116, the immediate ones, are all going internally. So there is much more control so that they are properly expended, and they also have an expiration date, August, I think 30th or 31st. Gosh, there was another question that, oh, yes. Right now, legislation 0132-20, which is eligible for committee action on June 17th. That is, those include expenditure plans. Those are for special duty pay, which goes to the controller, personal protective equipment, which goes to the Department of Health, and facilities safety assurance, which is basically dollars to ensure that Navajo Nation public buildings are safe for employees. Those dollars go to facilities maintenance department, and all of those do have expenditure plans attached, fully justify the expenditures pursuant to Treasury guidance, the CARES Act, Navajo Nation law. So that is my answer, Speaker. Perhaps DOJ would like to opine some.
Ms. Warner?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I don't have much to add, but I would be cautious about dumping into immediate amendments to 116 a whole bunch of expenditures that go immediately, because we don't want to change the intent of the President's original legislation. So any of these new expenditures that say they're going to go immediately without an expenditure plan, without looking at them, I can't say whether or not they're consistent with the legislation or not. But I just want to caution against everyone trying to do an immediate amendment right now to 116 to get their projects in. That would make this overly burdensome, and I don't know that the review could get through either OLC or DOJ in time for NABI to act on it on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I got two new players, Honorable Keon Begay and Honorable Vince James. So let me go to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to say, let's get to work. Recommendation: if there's any changes that needs to be done, colleagues, let's compile all of those. Let's not wait until the meeting comes in or occurs. Let's set aside this week to get this done. Even moving up the meetings to Wednesday or Thursday or back to back in one day. Approve it within one day, everything. Do NABI in the morning and then the session in the afternoon and get things going. So that's my request. I mean, this is what I like to hear, and I hear this. So that's my only recommendation. I mean, have two staff from both to sit back down with the Legislative Council to get this in. Those delegates that want his amendment, I mean, get those processed and give it to us a day early, review it, comments, make changes again. So coming Wednesday or Thursday, NABI in the morning, pass it, council session in the afternoon, pass it, and get going, working on the situation at the chapter level. So it is an unfinished it or the don't get Nandingi, Babana in Chicago. So did I so Mr. Speaker, the President, Vice President Nez, Vice President Lizer, others, Chief Justice Kudo Jane, did I pass seat of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. That move on down, Honorable Vince James.
Ja, det är Speaker. Ado snant President Nez or Vice President. Ado Shiltanasis Kanigi. Ado Shalkaha Sinko. Ano Soda is not I. Kodot Bahna Dish Kidige, it can't in the league, can't not listen the league, Aje. Bahna Dish Kidole speak in that Stanigi. Ako President Nez. Chinat Ahinlinate that Ashon, they ako the Kodot chapters, the Ninigi certified chapters. The Lachit Ahol Ban Saha case, the certified chapters. Called earlier, the middle person, they based on Linigi, Bado Net. Accord these certified chapters on Linigi, they have their 5 management system. Ado and their procurement system. Ado checks on Linigi Hadayizo to get the job done. Do your bureaucracy be hadet eda Salahotan de be hadet ahit under OOC all the different policies that are in place in the BIM booklet. Akwaiki has anigi that a bana inch kanto list chapters in Linigi base of subject quadot links. They a Akiga the Kastrokot are issues to a ban case. Hala ya has twin hezani artwin hit the ne a chapter has anja hita of enko. Do peso do labasan nelda to sanitize the whole chapter facility. They have no such fundings allocated to do that. But yet, you look at the legislation and you see that, oh, we're going to spray down executive branch facilities, departments. There's no place in there that indicates that chapters will receive some funding to sanitize their facilities. Chapters are like the backbone of this whole fund, because the chapters have senior centers facilities. They also have veteran facilities. And then some of them also have warehouses facilities, and goes down the listing of all the different chapters. So why is it that we keep trying to avoid chapters receiving funds? If we continue to avoid chapters receiving funds, then why is it that we have a Division of Community Development department? Why is it that we have Dr. Pearl Yellowman running that department? If we are not going to believe in our chapters, then we should dissolve DCD, Division Community Development. Because practically, with the legislations that are before us, that indicates that the DCD, we make it sound and look like DCD has been dissolved. We have expertise, we have knowledge, individual staff at DCD to move forward with these funds. And that's why I say that these chapters need to receive funds. They should be the main individual sources to receive majority of these funds, because they have their capital project outlay. They know what needs to be completed. They know which home needs to have, that needs running water and so forth down the line. All these project capital outlay for the chapters know. And maybe not all the chapters are the same, but we should not treat all the chapters like they don't know what they are doing. We have some great staff at chapters level that can run with this, especially like the certified chapters. They can run with it. And most likely, if we were to give them funds, majority of the chapters probably be done with their projects, water line power line project, and then we'll finally probably get the first project through the 164 review process at the Window Rock. And yet we'll have some chapters sitting there with a completed project. And that's the kind of faith that I have and confidence that I have in our chapters, especially my 5 chapters. And so I would like to see something in the legislation, and if an amendment needs to be made, colleagues, let's move forward, because these are our constituents at chapters level. So, and I don't know why we try to always downgrade and put chapters to the side and make it sound like chapters don't need funds. Majority of our chapters need emergency funds again. And yet they have no funds, and yet most of these funds are in Window Rock at executive branch, and executive branch shows up at chapters saying we're going to disseminate items. Not the last minute. Chapters in Lenigi. Some of our chapters are have low income in their emergency funds. So the amount that we gave them back in March, some of them have spent it all already. Majority of those funds has been spent. and yet we have a large balance left out of that 4 million that we had in place. I forget the legislation number, but that was signed off that same afternoon. There's a large amount of balance left per OOC's report. So if you compare those things, thank you.
Thank you. Just speaking from the answering the question, from what we've been working together, I know that when we did hear Honorable Bench James from Division of Community Development, that we're still putting together a possible recommendation. I still to this day, haven't seen any recommendations from their office. We'll have staff reach out to them again and see if they reached out, working together with the chapters. But there's been a couple of suggestions we've been listening to and working together, and heard from our colleagues that said to give some dollars directly to chapters, just like as you indicated, for not only what you stated, but other areas that are open, in order for them to get some of these dollars and get them to the direct people that need them. And the chapters are the ones on the front line, usually all the time. And that's the main reason why I try to get them the funding, because few and foremost, chapters are the number one place where community members visit and thrive the most. They're all across the Navajo Nation. I don't know if anybody else has a comment regarding the James' question regarding the chapters. I guess not with that. Honorable James, it seems that those discussion items will definitely be back on as early as Thursday, in order to get some things going and making sure that there's language in the expenditure plan that chapters will be getting funds. I know, or could possibly get funds, and I do believe that language is currently in there already. Always make sure. There is also other suggestions from other colleagues in order for them to have those expenditure or amendments ready to go, rather than Honorable Kiel and Gay indicated, just trying to do them there that day, trying to get them done early so that we can continue to move on this and just have discussion just on the legislation itself. So again, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. We are going to go bring this. It will be on the option for returning this back off the tabling motion and having discussion on the legislation 116-20. And again, Ms. Barbroff had indicated through her emails that she has a possible recommendation, and Ms. Warner is somebody who has indicated that that is a possible reality. So thank you again. If there's no other comments, questions, colleagues, we are coming to the end of the agenda here.
Damon.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. Just very quickly, I do want to echo Shachay's directive. His directive said to, as soon as possible, let's get this, sit down and let's get this thing done. And I beg and I plead with my colleagues and also executive branch, judicial branch. Let's get this thing done. People are getting frustrated out here. If we truly are saying we are here for our people and helping our people, we're not helping by butting heads and disagreeing with each other. We need to sit down like true leaders and decide on how to expend funds and start helping our people. We have not even spent one red cent yet so far, and people are frustrated. I just come from a chapter meeting this morning. It's just everybody. It just seems like that's the thing that they're saying. What's going on? People are suffering.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay, for expressing that again. There's anybody else? If not,
Speaker, this is Yellow here. I just want to say
Honorable Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, Cecilia. Though I 24 council my colleagues, I shared on the Schnichto, based on this expenditure plan. There's one item that says it must be necessary to relate to COVID-19. There's a 8, he's a bit that 8, no, and so on. Thank you very much. And it's not fine, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow, for reminding us of that, making sure that is a discussion that we'll be most likely having when the expenditure plan does become before Navajo Nation Council. And by that point, I'm sure if it's a work group or if it's just Department of Justice working together with Legislative Council, we'll make sure that best possible work is getting done to meet those requirements from the U.S. Treasury on what can and cannot be spent on, what can and cannot be utilized with these CARES funds. So, colleagues, again, I don't have anybody else on right now. If there's anybody else who would like to speak, if not, again, we will be having this discussion, and most likely it'll be as early as this Thursday. If not sooner, I can try to see if we can work together with the chairs. I know that there's already meetings that are scheduled tomorrow and Wednesday, colleagues, from respected committees. So, that close the meeting. We did get everything in. Any announcements? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Can you hear me?
Vice President Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, you and your team. Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Warner. Thank you very much. You and your team over there, too, at the Department of Justice. Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for everything that you're doing to help get the legislations ready and putting forward with recommendations from colleagues from the Naabik'iyati Committee. I don't know, any announcements, colleagues? I just hear somebody talking out their trash and some dogs.
Who let the dogs out?
If there's no other announcements, colleagues, we're adjourning here at 2:38 p.m. Again, thank you, everybody.
2:38.
Have a good day. Safe travels. Everyone, safe travels out there.
Thank you. Have a good day, too, bro.